Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Sylvain Aubry. I work as Deputy Director for the Economic Justice and Rights Division at Human Rights Watch. Let me say first that I'm very happy to be here with a lot of friends, people that have been working together. Camila referred earlier to the meeting in Santiago 2.5 years ago. People who've been working together for many years to bring public services as part of the discussion on economic justice. We have not so many opportunities to get together, and it's a very beautiful and important moment here, a few days ahead of FfD, to be together. I don't want to be negative, but I won't lie, however. While we are meeting here, we have bombs falling on Gaza. We have a war looming in Iran and in the region. Since a few days ago, we officially cannot meet anymore the 1.5 degrees target. Oxfam just published a report showing that since 2015, new wealth on top of the top 1% have been surging by 40 million or 44 billion dollars, while poverty, we still have over 3 billion people living in poverty. The US is not only hurting the rest of the world, cutting in AIDS, is also hurting its own people. We have a new bill in Congress that will essentially transfer wealth from the poor to the rich. And we see a range of rising autocrats around the world, from Trump himself to Milei, Putin, Orban, and many others rising. So this is a difficult time, and this is a grave time. Potentially, this is a historical time. And in the face of this situation, we see FfD. And what is FfD doing? Well, FfD had an agreement. That's already a step forward, but a pretty disappointing agreement. It has some positive elements. We've seen some progress on decent work, social protection. The taxation agenda is still in FfD, but it's also massively failing. FfD agreement is failing to deliver on debt, and is failing to set up mechanism to address the 3.3 billion Camille also referred to the people, the majority of world population is living in country where people pay more debt, pay more for the debt, to reimburse the debt than for healthcare and education. And the FfD is failing to address this crisis is a major problem. And another element that FfD is failing on or is not addressing is public services. This is barely mentioned at all in the text, and that's something partly why we're here today is to address that gap. So I would like to just give you 3 reasons why this is an important place to be here today, and why we're gonna have, this is very important. Not only we have air conditioning, which is probably a good reason to stay inside, but also we're gonna have very important discussion today. So first of all, public services is, I would argue, a critical concept, and perhaps one of the key concepts that we need to address some of the crises we are facing nowadays. So firstly, public service is inherently about coming together. It's about building something together. It's about solidarity. What is more bringing us together than providing care to each other, than pooling resources to teach our children together, than making sure no one around us lacks food on their table, lacks water, lacks adequate housing. These are inherently elements that bring us together and help us make society together. And that's what we'll discuss today. Public services also help us remember what we do financing for. We're at a conference about financing for development. The text has many elements about financing. We need to remember that financing is not an end in itself. Financing will only make a difference if we make sure it goes to these elements that bring us together. And public services is that objective. It is the very reason why we need more financing for development. And that's what we'll try to remember today. Public services is also important because we need to be able to tell a story. And if you tell people a story that you want more taxes, even though you're right, that may not be convincing on its own. If you tell people, I want more education, I want free healthcare, I want to make sure everyone has clean water, this is something we can rally a lot of people around. And so public service in a way brings the human element to the discussion, to the very important discussion on economic justice that we are having here in Sevilla and many other places. And on that note, I should say, and working for Human Rights Watch, I have to mention that human rights can play a very important bridging role between talking on one hand, financing and tax. And Human Rights Watch just published yesterday a brief showing how tax and human rights are very related. We've done an analysis of UN human rights treaty body statements on tax and human rights. We found 168 statements in the last 15 years on tax and human rights. And human rights is inherently also about education, healthcare, water, and food. So we just want to plug that here, that's one of the concepts that can also bring us together. So public services is a very important concept. I think one of the key elements we need to try to face that world of crisis. Public services is also something that brings us together. You see behind me the number of organizations that have been involved in this event and sponsoring this event. And beautiful moving animations from UN agencies to states to civil society. We have behind the idea of public services the capacity to mobilize a number of organizations and states around the world. We have the capacity to create a coalition that will help us face the challenges we are facing. And finally, public services, I think, will be a key element of the agenda of the coming months, and we can see some progress coming. I'm just back from Bonn, where there were the pre-negotiations for COP. There now appears since yesterday that there's a pretty good chance that we have an agreement coming up on just transition, where there's an agreement. States are capable to come together to say we need social security and we need public services in order to accelerate our efforts to transition to a fossil fuel economy, fossil fuel free economy, not a fossil fuel economy. Just a few weeks ago, the ILO agreed to start a process for a new treaty to regulate platform workers and make sure that everyone has a right to work and decent conditions of work wherever they live, and that Uber, Dash, and these companies do not destroy our work system. In a few weeks, a number of us here will be in New York to start the negotiations of the actual content of the UN Tax Convention, the Convention on Tax Cooperation. The World Social Summit is coming in November and has the potential to pick up some of the elements that were missed in the FfD and take the agenda forward. A few months ago, in the Pact for the Future, states agreed to start developing indicators of what progress means beyond just growth and looking at what is a good life and not just what growth means. And that agenda should start developing at the UN General Assembly in September. There's a number of things, very important things to look forward in a few months. And what we're going to discuss today is part of shaping that agenda and that change we can make soon. But perhaps even more importantly, we see in the face of the challenges we face, we see more and more movements starting to resist and to react. In the last few months, we've seen people mobilizing to demand a fairer tax system in Kenya. We've seen people mobilizing and rising up to autocrats in Bangladesh, largely on economic justice issues. We've seen a new government in Sri Lanka trying to undo 20 years of neoliberal policies that have been destroying the country. Many places, there is potential for mobilization. There is the possibility for people to rise, demand their rights, claim their rights, and build a new economy, something we would support, a human rights economy, an economy that is putting first people's rights and then the rest later, that is based on well-being and solidarity, not competition and growth at any cost. This is possible, and this is one of the steps. We are here building one of the steps, and I hope that will be convincing you to stay not only in an air-conditioned room, but also to actively engage during the day with each other. We really plan the day so that we have time to speak to each other. So coffee time is as important as sessions. I'm glad you were so inspired that you couldn't stop. So we really look forward to the day today. We are delighted to be able to spend that day and prepare towards FFD. And we look forward to work together in the coming months to start making a difference. And now you can clap. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. To our co-panelists, we will start this panel with a video presentation. So I'm letting people know. Welcome to this panel, Javiera Toro, the Minister for Social Development of Chile, who couldn't make it. She will be here at the FFD next week, but was not able to arrive today, but she sent us a very nice video that we're showing. We're also here with Sergio Colina Martín, Director General of the Dirección General, so General Directive of Sustainable Development Policies of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Spain. Thank you, Sergio, for coming. We're also here with Amitabh Behar, Executive Director of Oxfam International. Thank you for being here. And with Professor Saidi Alpha Niyadi, Minister and Legal Advisor and Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Senegal. Thank you for joining us. So we'll start with the video, please.
Claves de cara a la Cumbre Social Mundial en Doha. Los debates sobre desarrollo social y la Agenda 20.
Welcome to everybody. We need to review all financial agreements we have till now. We need to prioritize equity, inclusion, and urgently care as the backbone of human sustainability. The economy of care is essential. In India, the network of women work among them, but then on the other hand, in Europe,
En América Latina,
in Latin America, we face important challenges in regards to how care is distributed and how that is an unpaid job. We need to agree on solutions to each of our realities. In Latin America, we're facing ever-changing reality. Now in Chile, we are celebrating that our life expectancy has reached 81.8 years. But fertility rate, on the other hand, has fallen to 1.17 children per woman, the lowest in history. Population is aging, and that is reflected in everyday dramas. Women postponing motherhood due to job insecurity, or young people facing economic uncertainty, and older people facing old age alone. During the pandemic, Chilean women performed 78% the situation we have is the result of several decisions. Our model is exhausted, and we're reaching unacceptable levels of inequality, and the richest 10% holds 59% of income, and the poorest 50% only 8.7%. In Chile, we are in a debate over how to do a tax reform that benefits everyone, and how we can improve the way we manage our taxes to be able to invest more in innovation, renewable energy, and decent work policies. Only this way we will achieve inclusive development. This vision is beginning to materialize in Chile during the administration of the President Gabriel Boric. According to CEPAL, every dollar invested in care generates $2.3 in return. This is not ideology, this is proven social efficiency. State must guarantee universal rights, overcoming the stigmatizing hyper-focus on who needs the money. Rebuilding our social contract is not altruism, it's a condition for sustainable development. When we protect aging population when in all parts of society, and we create bridges between generations, we make our societies stronger. And at the same time, we boost the economy. When we strengthen institutions, we create resilient societies. Economy must serve life, not the other way around. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Javiera. I'm not sure if she's following online or maybe her team.
Gracias, Javiera, por tu discurso, tu ponencia. Ojalá hubieras podido estar con nosotros.
The idea of this is to connect financing, tax revenue, fiscal space, and public services in a bit of a broader way. In the second panel, the idea is to go a little bit more in-depth into the state of public services today. And in the third panel, talk about the financing angle. And in the last panel, we will connect the FfD space with other international spaces. So this is for you to know the path of today's conversations. And with that introduction, I'll pass the floor to Sergio, please.
So I will continue with the cultural and linguistic diversity of the panel, and I will turn to Spanish, if that's okay. Bueno, pues en primer lugar,
First of all, thank you to all organizations that are behind this event. Thank you for the invitation and to bring us here to reflect collectively in these topics and to try to create partnerships and alliances and to have all these interactions that will be of great benefit. This is a very important topic that can be summed up as follows. How can we move forward in of the financing on public services to build more fairer societies and more sustainable? We live right now at a crossroads. We have different crises, chronic ones, the ones that just sparked out at some point. We have different war conflicts, and this makes us rethink about our priorities, both at the national and the international level. Spain, at the domestic level, during the pandemic, we launched the universal basic income. It was a public policy to try to mitigate the poverty we had. We are immersed in a triple transition at the global level, economic, social, and environmentally. And that's at the heart of our plan at the ministry. We have international development cooperation, and the policies we carry on in that ministry and in our development aid cooperation are guided by these three transformations. We have a 0.7% of GDP that is addressed to this topic. We also are including a feminist perspective in our cooperation development policy. We truly believe in the transforming power of having solid public services. In the 2030 agenda also pushes us forward in improving these public services. This topic, public services, is a real tool to transform society. We urgently need to rethink the social models to center society at its heart, to promote the system of care work. When we talk about care work, it's not just one more aspect of public services. It's a key element. It's mostly carried out by women. It's unpaid. It remains hidden in our metrics, hidden in our economics. But we know for sure that with that, these women performing these jobs, our society couldn't go on. We have different tools to redistribute wealth and equity. Public services generate opportunities, free up time to people, especially for these women I just mentioned. And there's here an important idea for us. And the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the UN is working in this vision of the economy based on human rights. We use this framework in order to make decisions on tax issues, investment, to place human rights at the center of these policies, both at the national and international level. And these obligations or this idea should guide the way we craft our policies. And we want to guarantee universal access to quality education, public health, social protection, housing, water and sanitation, and other collective priorities. We will create mechanisms to create a budgetary process that are inclusive and responsible towards society. Economy based on human rights doesn't just tackle extreme poverty, but in a more general way, the uneven concentration of wealth in certain individuals, depending on also, for example, geographical reasons. So the idea at the end of the day is to reduce inequality within our country and outside of it. That's why public policies need to be used in the right way, and to improve decision-making process in order to reduce inequality. So at the end, we need to rethink the metrics in order to see if these changes are making any difference. Beyond of GDP and connecting this with the FfD4, these topics are some of the initiatives that Spain launched along with other actors and are part of this FfD4 conference in Seville. We established a commitment document that we submitted to this conference to gather actors, agents, civil society organizations, academia, private sector, to gather here to make specific proposals that are also measurable to put into practice these aspects or these elements that we gathered in this commitment document, along with different countries and organizations from all over the world. As I mentioned before, to reach that society that is cohesive, financial and economic system must be reoriented to serve people. And we think that the FfD4 will bring us the opportunity to make advancements in that agenda and to establish mechanisms to foster new commitments that are addressed to the action, they are we can call to action, and that are also measurable. The less developed countries also will have the opportunity to see how they can increase the mobilization of resources at the domestic level to overcome a certain threshold. So we will be also supporting the countries willing to do that. Also, there are efforts in place to fight tax evasion and tax avoidance. In our document, we also defend the need for a more inclusive and feminist perspective in order to give the different policies with a more horizontal perspective. Along with the ILO, we have launched a long-term commitment to those countries willing to put in place social programs to cover social protection of their workers so they can implement universal social protection. The message I wanted to convey that this FfD4 here in Seville is not the end point, but it's the beginning. We have a consensus around certain topics, which is something difficult given the international arena. Tax justice, fiscal justice, and all the topics are still quite difficult, but it's good that we gathered here different organizations to reach a consensus over important topics. But the idea is to make the best out of the public policies so they create a more equal society for everyone.
Gracias, Sergio. Thank you. I have received the request for us to try to speak slower for interpretation purposes. So I'll now give the floor to Professor Sidi Alpha Nijaye, Minister, Legal Advisor, and Deputy Chief of Staff of the President of the Republic of Senegal. Professor, please.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler plus doucement. Merci aux organisateurs qui m'ont fait l'insigne honneur de m'inviter à prendre part à ce panel, à IBP notamment. Et merci également à tous mes collègues.
Thank you to my colleagues that came here from all over the world. I'll present the example of Senegal. The case of Senegal, because we carried out a reform of public services, which is part of the national agenda of Senegal from here to 2050. In 2024, we elected our last prime minister, and now they are implemented a social agenda along with civil social organization. We are crafting public policies, and we have a transformative national agenda for Senegal from here to 2050. It has 4 pillars or 4 axes. First one is the promotion of a competitive economy. Second is human capital and social equality. Third is manage social sustainable development and its management. And fourth, good governance is everything that has to do with the Pan-African agenda of our government. The plan will finish in 2050, but it will be put in place through a national strategy of development. which is addressed for the first 5 years, from here to 2029. We expect development that is homogeneous, feasible. It's based on national competition. We want to be more competitive. We aim for a further tax collection among the private sector. And as part of this strategy, from 2025 to 2029, what goals do we have? Well, we want to give a greater value to our extractive resources, whether they come from mines or other sources. To finance public services is also one of our goals. Also, to give greater value to agriculture and agro-food industry, products like cereals. The idea is to reduce the concentration in urban areas of the economic activity, in the aim of making this economic activities more spread all over our territory. This, as I said, is part of our strategy from here to 2029. So the first following 5 years, and the fourth goal is to give greater value to the value added that we produce. For example, in the arts, in the industry. That's also part of our national strategy. Also, we want to carry on some reforms on tax policies. We carried out an audit of the former term from 2019 to 2024. And in February, we launched the report that was a result of that audit. It showed that we incurred into a deficit in comparison to what we expected. And the goal of this audit, it was to have a clear notion of the situation, to have a clear idea of what are our fiscal needs, our tax needs. We needed a code for digitalization of the administration. We needed to reform the benefits program at the national level to streamline public expenditure. So the goal of the government was to tackle this deficit we had. I think that deficit was around 3%. We wanted to reduce it by 2029. So the goal was to reach 3% by the year 2029. We have other goals we want to attain through these reforms. I will give you some examples, but I will keep other examples for the debate later. So, youth is one of our targets. In Senegal, 70% of the population is younger than 35 years old. We see our population is aging, but youngsters are still fundamental to our country. We have programs specifically addressed to young people, for example, in the agricultural sector. We have also in place different programs for social protection health coverage. And alongside these 4 axes that I mentioned, we develop territorial policies to streamline everything that has to do with the digital. For us, cooperation is also important. For example, cooperation between the states, central government, and civil society organizations and the private sector. We want to receive their support, whether it's in the way of advices, but also in the way of money. But we really want to reach a close cooperation with the different agents that play a role in our society. We want to cooperate with NGOs. For example, an NGO is doing an audit on our budget, work with the entity of our government in charge of the accounts, like at the treasury. So we can also be accountable to our society. So in the government, we have a clear willingness to create these partnerships between the members of the civil society to achieve greater equality in our society. So this is quite a comprehensive social development program for our country. It's based on the financing of sustainable development that we reached in 2023, and we wanted to diversify the portfolio of programs that we had in order to achieve that sustainable development. I just gave you I outlined the main ideas of our program. I hope I didn't speak too much, and thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm signing to them when their time is up. And I'll pass the floor to Amitabh, please, on behalf of Oxfam International.
Thank you. Good morning, and I'm really delighted to be here. It's a privilege to be part of this panel, to meet old friends and new friends. I'm really happy that we are starting, at least for me, the FfD conversation with this meeting. So bringing public services, human rights, public financing to the center is a very important start. But before I get into the conversation, I just wanted to remind us, for us to take a pause and go to Gaza, to our brothers and sisters there, more than 40,000 killed. And what we are seeing is forced starvation at this moment. So no conversation here is going to be complete if we don't talk about the devastation, the tragedy that we see unfolding in Gaza. And it's Gaza, it's also DRC, it's South Sudan. We just need to bring that to any conversation that we have. This morning, I was having a conversation with my colleagues at the breakfast table, Harnan and Rebecca, about Addis 2015. I was there. I'm sure many of you would have been in that conference. I must say that I was very optimistic in 2015. In 2015 was the moment I was very engaged with the Sustainable Development Goals. Ingo is here. Ingo and I were working on SDGs. That seemed like a moment where there were real possibilities. And I was thinking of this decade. What has happened in this one decade? Where are we in the current context? As in there are two ways of looking at conversations like FFD. Do you really look at the larger picture and say, we need different strategies? Or the other is to actually recognize the criticality of FFD at this juncture. I would really underscore that when the multilateralism is kind of breaking, is so fragile, FFD Seville provides us a real opportunity to start rebuilding. So that's really my call, that we need to do that, but we need to do that by reclaiming the narrative. I think that's really important. This is not going to be about technical conversations. This is not about geeky conversations about very specific policy clauses. This is about reclaiming the narrative. That's really the key message from us at Oxfam. But let's put this in perspective. What's happened in this 1 decade? Many of our colleagues, grateful to them, who started with introductory comments, did use the Oxfam statistics. But since Addis Ababa, that's 10 years, you have seen the top 1% actually gain $33.9 trillion to their wealth. That's the staggering amount that you're looking at. Just the billionaires themselves have almost added $6.5 trillion to their kitty. That's what you're looking at. That's the staggering amount. But that's one part of the story. The other story is, till you contrast this, I think the story is incomplete. You have 3.6 billion people, which would roughly be like 40% of the global population, still living in poverty. You have 750 million people, 750 million people who sleep hungry. They do not get 3 square meals a day when you have this staggering collation of wealth at the top. So that's really the story that we are looking at. If you look at the Secretary General's report on the SDGs, it says, I think if I remember correctly, 16 or 18%, only 16 or 18% targets are on track. Rest are off track. So what we are seeing is, in this decade, a huge setback to global development. It's completely off track. I think that's something that we need to recognize and constantly remind everybody. But let me say, just going back to the point I was making, it is an odd paradox that you see 33.9 trillion being added to the top 1% and 750 million people sleep hungry. It's a paradox, but let me say, I think that's really the critical second point for us. It is not by accident, and it's not inevitable. It's a policy and a political choice that our governments have made. I think that's really important, and we need to fundamentally challenge that. So this myth that we do not have resources for public services needs to be busted just by talking about this obscene accumulation of wealth and this explosion of inequality that we see. At least for me, as just a common citizen, I cannot comprehend how you can have billionaires being added to the list. I come from India, billionaires being added to the list every year. But on the other hand, you have 53 countries who are in debt distress. We talked of 94 countries who are actually paying more for debt servicing than their education and health budgets. This is unacceptable, and that needs to fundamentally change. So I would again say, FFD is that moment. Let's convert this into a moment. Yes, the document lacks ambition, but it is critical that we have got a document at this moment. And let's start rebuilding. The first 6 months of this year has essentially been about global oligarchies' conquest. You see a billionaire president being backed by the richest man in the world. I'm happy that their friendship has now soured, but that's what it was. You're looking at a global oligarchy on the march. So we need to now fundamentally move from there. I just realized I thought I was just kind of building up, starting. So, but I'll do it in 2 minutes. So, let me just do this very quickly. At this juncture, let me then, because my time is almost up, so 3 key messages. One, I think we need to reclaim public services as fundamental human rights. This is about a fundamental social contract. You cannot see public services as market commodities. It's important to see that public services are the primary drivers of an equal society. And public services are able to also address structural inequalities like gender, race, caste. So it's really important that we bring back public services to the center of this conversation. I also wanted to highlight, this conversation around erosion of fiscal space. You look at wherever you have the IMF and the World Bank loans, you're essentially looking at cuts on public services. This is unacceptable. This Wall Street consensus on market fundamentalism must end. And we have the resources. I just talked about the resources. And we need to ensure that public services are brought back through public financing. So it's really the people's first agenda and not those private financiers that we need. Let me just end by saying that this is a moment where, as I said, we need to reclaim the narrative and we need a new consensus. And that new consensus has to be around equity, has to be around participation, has to be around fundamental rights. So there are those few good pieces that you see in the document. You're talking of care work, you're talking of human rights. We are focusing, at least there is language around inequality. It's important to talk of going beyond GDP. So there are those pieces. How do we bring all of these together and build a much larger, broader people's coalition to force governments to make the right choices? Just to end, billionaires are a sign of policy failure. Let's remember that. It's a sign of policy failure. Very often it's celebrated, but we need to remember that, and an alternative future is possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a few minutes left, and I think I will use them to try to generate a little bit of debate here. I think Amita left us with a few provocations, important ones that could also be questions. And I'll ask to the panel, to whoever wants to start responding. So picking from where you left, it is actually very hard to make to make the rich pay their fair share. We're trying to do it. We just have a few recent examples in Brazil of how the Congress doesn't allow it, because it's, of course, it has conflicts of interest. So there is a situation of corporate capture everywhere in all levels that impedes those of us who think that this is the fair thing to do, to just move ahead. Although one would think it would be easy to do, because we're speaking about the rights of the great majority, the 99% of the populations, and still we are not able to share to tax a minimum amount to the ultra rich. So I would like to ask specifically to Sergio, but also to our Senegalese representative. How do you see that from within the states, right? And what are the tools that we have to work towards more equality, considering that these sectors, they do have their connections and their own share of power?
So, no, very quickly. Thank you for the question. I think one important dynamic since Addis to Sevilla, I think, is the repositioning of the chapter of domestic resources mobilization in the conversation. I think maybe 10 years ago it was seen more like a North agenda. And I think the good news now is during all the process, we felt like a very big amount of interest and of conscience of the importance of this chapter by all kinds of actors. And of course, taking domestic resources mobilization in all its integrity. And it goes from taxes to budgets to the fight against illicit flows. But especially, I think this consensus that was a very important piece of the discussion about how not just to mobilize more resources for financing for development, but also how to do it oriented towards certain goals. I think that has allowed us also to put in the center of the conversation fiscal justice, and to do it both in connection with these other processes for new conventions on international tax cooperation, but also domestically and also through development cooperation. And I think that was very timely for us. We, a couple of years ago, reacting a little bit to the general perception of growing mistrust, to disconnection from citizenship to public administrations, etc. We launched a democracy program, and I think it was a choice for us that an important part of that program was a chapter on protection of human rights defenders and civic space protection. But another important pillar was fiscal justice and fiscal moral. So I think we put that as in the center of our democracy program, and we made efforts, let's say, to change our more technical approach to international development cooperation on tax issues. But that was more reinforcing institutional capacities technically to take a step forward and to look for a more transformative perspective, and not just to strengthen existing models, but rather to work together with partner countries that were willing to move forward into more progressive fiscal systems and more transformative public policies connecting with democratic governance and fiscality. So I think that is an important dynamic that we have perceived in this process. Of course, as it has been mentioned, and with any kind of international agreement, of course, there is room for more. I think this is, as we mentioned, it's not the end of the path. It's more like now we have a base that, and I stress the fact that in these very complex circumstances, it has been agreed by consensus, and we were not so sure 6 months ago that we would have any agreement at all, and even less by consensus. So I think it's important to have this framework, and now to have some strong elements to continue working in this path. And as I mentioned, there are some specific elements and commitments to accompany those countries that are willing to take specific steps in more progressive fiscal systems and increasing the coverage of towards the universal social protection.
Thank you, Sergio.
Oui, pour le Sénégal, pour répondre.
Yes, for Senegal, I would try to be brief, answer this question. I think that financing and development is linked to good governance. And we have been working a great deal in this sense, along these lines. In my presentation, I spoke about the very expected reform in 2012 that needs to be brought to reality.
Surtout aussi d'imposition.
We've also talked about customs and public expenditure. And all of these would need to go hand in hand with an increase in taxes in Senegal, because taxes are very low in Senegal at the moment. But all of this is linked to good governance and to the fight against corruption. In Senegal, in a month, if I'm not mistaken, there will be a great reform by OFNA to fight against corruption. It will put forward at the National Assembly of Senegal, and it will give us the institutional tools to fight against corruption, because corruption is a scourge for our society. There is also a whistleblowing act that will allow for every Senegalese man or woman to be able to denounce any wrongdoing by the institutions. And this will allow for us to make people pay their taxes, to guarantee that everyone indicates their income and pay their taxes. That's why we have put in place mechanisms to fight against tax avoidance. Then, with a view of transparency, there is the Act for Access to Information aimed at citizens. So we have several pieces of legislation linked to transparency. In my presentation, I was talking about open investigations in terms of taxes that have the joint collaboration of the National Assembly, of the tax administration, and several institutions in all countries. So this will allow for us to have a good framework that will guarantee transparency, investment, and tax compliance. Thank you very much.
Just one last one for you, Amita, which is very quickly, you have 5 minutes, something like that. 4. Okay, so the question is, even with transparency, so sometimes people know the patrimony of the rich people, they know that they are working in Congress and they are pushing for their interests. And even then, you cannot get a massive popular resistance to how they frame our tax systems or even international decisions. What are we missing? I mean, what more can we do? Because yeah, that picture of the US president with all of the billionaires just there is so obvious. I don't know if there's a narrative problem. There's a mobilization problem, right?
So my response would be, let me say 3 different things. One, yes, there is a narrative problem. This is not about presenting numbers, but this is about connecting with people. So you can really say that it is about mobilization. As in, this is really about, on the one hand, do you want more billionaires, or do you really want more doctors, more nurses, more school teachers, more daycare? That's really the conversation that we need to have. But let me also say, and grateful to our human rights watch colleague, he reminded us that the political narrative very often has already taken these issues to the streets. So whether it is Sri Lanka, I live in Nairobi, so I have seen the young people coming on to the streets against a regressive tax measure. And they were there on the streets for months till the president had to take it back. You have seen a change of regime in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. So there is that political momentum also. At the moment, you're looking at a new New York mayor possibility. Who's talking of fighting against inequality? You have the UN Tax Convention getting traction, the G20. So I'm kind of moving from public mobilization to governments. where you have actually now a G20 signaling taxing ultra rich as one of its important measures. I was a few weeks ago in the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, and there we've launched a global alliance against inequality, and that's government of Germany, government of Sierra Leone, Norway, and few others. As in, I really hope that there's a coalition of the willing which is going to come together to address these questions. So I really think that this is a moment of building new alliances, of mobilization, changing our communication, and getting on with a much broader public mobilization platform while building alliances with political actors on the progressive side.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to a coffee break. Is that right? Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you very much for being part of this workshop. And after our very substantive discussions in panel 1, so now I welcome you to panel 2. I'm Cecilia Tea Soriano. I'm working with the Global Campaign for Education. And the second panel is about the state of public services. So in the forthcoming international conference on financing for development, we will see a major presence of the private and business sectors. And as we know, alongside the FfD4, there is the International Business Forum that will be held at the same time from June 30 to July 3. And this International Business Forum, it says in the website, will bring together heads of state, ministers, CEOs, and prominent global business leaders to drive solutions that unlock private finance and investments for sustainable development. So it is not enough for the private sector to be in FfD4. They have to have their own International Business Forum. And therefore, we expect FfD4 also as a marketplace where governments will be shuttling from one conference to another, their attention shifting from financing SDGs and the agenda of leave no one behind. Everyone is talking about financing leave no one behind. And yet every year we hear in HLPF that the leave no one behind is a neglected goal. And one of the reasons is no one is financing the leave no one behind agenda. And so we see now again in FfD4, governments will be talking about SDGs, but also talking about investments in SDGs very strongly. Investments as we know traditionally, which is about profit, which is about capital, and which is about removing risks for investments. It is alarming that the ideas of the new public management, which started in the 1980s, and I heard our esteemed speaker from Chile saying that 10 years ago, this was not happening. But now we hear so much about private sector participation in development work, in sustainable development. It is because of this new public management framework, the thinking that government should be run like business outsourcing services and promoting public-private partnerships. This is the framework that has been being sold to governments and sold to in many platforms. And the worst of all is commercialization of essential services, which are all in full action in the UN. So we see it not only in the forthcoming FfD4, but also in HLPF. We talk about the corporate capture of public services, and yet it is happening in full swing in these coming days. And in many regions around the world, the underfunding of public services has led to the growing privatization, as we say. And the impacts of privatization, especially in education and health, have led to a decline in service quality, deepened inequality and discrimination, as mentioned in the opening, and also undermining accountability and disinvesting in governments and many others. And these dynamics have resulted in human rights violations and further weakened states' capacity to uphold their obligations. It is always said that private sector can help governments, but in the process, the governments are weakened in their capacity to provide quality public services. So let me just cite, because I'm from the Global Campaign for Education, an example from the education sector. GCE noted that a wide range of public-private arrangements, modalities, and partnerships have become endemic. It's not an add-on. It has become integrated in the policies of governments at all levels of education in most countries. So for example, the Global Education Monitoring Report said that there is an estimated 350 million children enrolled in education provided by non-state actors. And that was in 2022. So we expect, given the data, it would be more. And in early childhood care and education, which is identified as a crucial foundation for quality learning and development, is under the hands of the private sector. And Education International noted that around the world, public funding for ECCE is failing to keep up with the demands, and this led to wealthy investors and private equity firms extracting increased profits from the ECC sector, which is really alarming. And so, through our advocacy, we must challenge the trend towards private capture of public services in FfD4 here in Seville and beyond. And as we said earlier, this is not the end all and be all of our advocacy. We will continue beyond Seville. In this panel, the speakers will present to us how to reaffirm the centrality of public services. They will make the case for rights-based and accountable systems that prioritize universal access, equality, and public purpose over market logic. We have 3 esteemed speakers on our panel. We will start with an overall discussion on the state of public services, followed by a presentation on the case of public education in Zambia, and finally a discussion on the universal public care services. After the presentations, we will open the floor to questions, comments, or you can even share examples from your countries. And therefore, we look forward to your active participation after the presentations of our panelists. Okay, so let's start. The first speaker is David Boyce. He is the Deputy General Secretary of Public Services International, and he coordinates a lot of work on privatization, on the climate crisis, as well as on water and energy utilities. And his work includes policy advocacy on finance and governance, and also supporting union strategies and building alliances. So over to you, David Boyce.
Thank you very much. And look, first of all, thanks to our interpreters in the back for doing the work that is needed. I'll not change languages on you, and I will try to speak slowly. Mais bonjour aux francophones y buenos días a todos y todas. So, first of all, I've got to thank the people who organized this meeting. It's really impressive the amount of work it takes to bring us all together. And it's a real honor for me to be able to claim your attention for a few minutes. As our comrade Amiba said, public services are a fundamental pillar to just and equitable societies. I think all of us here, we know it, and we're trying to live it. So PSI, Public Services International, is a global trade union federation comprised of 700 unions that affiliate to us from more than 150 countries, representing over 30 million working women and men. We've been around since 1907, so we've crossed both world wars, and we are in the countries we're not in are basically the countries that still don't recognize labor rights. They don't let unions organize. And in this day and age that we still have that is quite depressing. But so our members affiliate to us those workers who are engaged in public services, whether under private, public, not-for-profit management. Our main job, of course, is to negotiate terms and conditions to defend labor rights. Part of our strength is that we know our members, we know our employers, we know the inner workings of our workplaces. one of our weaknesses, and there are a number in the labor movement, is that we don't represent informal workers because they don't actually have an employer, but we're working on that. And I'll touch on that. Our members are more than 70% women because health and care are dominant sectors. Education is organized by another global union, and it's also heavily female-dominated sector. Now, importantly, our unions are building alliances within the communities that we serve to counter the power of the oligarchs. It's not easy work for us because normally we're stuck in, as it were, a collective bargaining box, but it's really, really important work to build those alliances, to build them out. And it's something that I think only public service workers are able to do in the labor movement. So what we understand is that to defend the rights and interests of our members, we have to defend the quality of public services. Because if we, for example, in a ward, in a hospital or a clinic, there's only 5 nurses where there should be 10, those 5 nurses are stressed to hell and the patients don't get the care they need. So for us, it is intrinsic that we need to defend public services as well as labor rights. They're totally connected. So, for example, we understand tax justice is fundamental for being able to hire 10 nurses instead of 5. And you just do it to all the subsectors we represent. And so we develop training tools on tax. We work with the Global Tax Network. We hire organizers and educators to move the message of the importance of tax justice to all our workplaces. And why into the workplaces is because then every worker is a member of a family, is a member of a community. And often union leaders, union activists are also community activists. So our core issue is to build strong, socially aware and engaged local and national unions. Now, that's not what I've been asked to talk about. I've been given 2 main issues. What is the current state of public services around the world? Right. And then to talk briefly about privatization. But I think it's safe to say that the state of public services reflects the overall issues being debated and arbitrated at the meeting next week. The international financial architecture, which reflects the post-World War II still imperial system, is the one that decides on public services. So it's 40 rich countries making all the decisions and basically looking out for their own self-interest. And so for us, it's clear that if you want to change power, those who have power will not relinquish it willingly. I just think that's human nature. And so we have to figure out how to build enough power to challenge on the streets, to challenge in the workplace, and to challenge across all levels of governments. So I think that the state of public services across the globe we all are aware of what we're dealing with. And it's clear that the rich countries have better public services. The less rich countries have lousier public services. The interesting thing for me is that rich countries historically grew their societies and their economies behind solid tariff walls, strong national industrial policies, significant government subsidies. In many instances, it was the state-owned enterprises that controlled expanding empires. I mean, I'm from Canada. The Hudson's Bay Company was a state-owned enterprise of the Crown, which was given all of the North and said, go make us money. But the important thing is bring all those resources back to London. It's not develop where you are, it's suck it out. And that's the model that we still have today. So this wealth was used to expand military capacities, to ensure political and especially industrial and commercial dominance. And then we saw as the coal-powered industry grew, so did the wealth of corporate titans and their families. And this is an important thing for us historically to understand because these were family-run They were the robber barons. They were the big industrialists, and it was a family-run wealth. And but they were also helping build the empire. There were a couple of shocks of the system in industrialization. One was the rebellion of workers in the mines and factories who were treated worse than dogs. This was when union organizing really started, where our rebellion was put down by the repressive tools of the state, leaving many workers dead. But eventually, labor unions became strong enough, and civil society also grew strength and power. And so we made the changes. But public services were also a reaction to the desire to grow wealth because the workers were too sick to go to work. And so the first public services were ensuring clean water, were taking care of waste, were basically self-interested. And I'm getting my 2-minute signal already. My God. So basically, public services were about ensuring continued wealth of capital. Now, where are they now? They're deeply unequal. They reflect the legacies of empire, the global power systems. And so in the global south, we lack most public services. And it's just the legacy. Part of our problem is in too many countries, the majority of workers are informal. They have no social protection. They have no salaries. And what never ceases to amaze me is that even the big capitalists don't recognize that public services are fundamental for them to do their work. Not that I'm defending them, but it is just so essential. Now, quickly on privatization, and I'll probably use up an extra minute or two. Look, when most governments resort to the false promises of the privateers because they lack the funds to build and operate public services. They're squeezed by the infernal machinery that we desperately need to reform. So they turn to the privateers, which have typically been for-profit international hospital and school chains, energy utilities, water and municipal services utilities, et cetera. They've been the multinationals that actually deliver the services for profit. They use the IFIs, the national development agencies, trade agreements, embassies, and consulates to access foreign markets. So austerity and structural adjustment are their best friends, but they don't use their own funds. They use the contracts they get with governments to go to the commercial banks to get loans and pay higher interest rates than sovereigns pay. So there's that already. They're interested by the captive markets. They are either monopoly or oligopoly in areas where you don't have a choice. As a consumer, as a citizen, you need those services. The higher costs and profits are passed on as tariffs or are taken from the backs of the workers. Now, if that's not bad enough, we now have, and who can tell me the difference between BlackRock and Blackstone? Anybody in the room know the difference? Archer, you probably know it. BlackRock, wake up, and Blackstone. Time's up. She's going to tell me not. A couple more minutes. BlackRock is the biggest asset manager on the planet with $11 trillion under management. Blackstone is a private equity company that deals with private equity investments, which means buying a whole company, stripping out its assets, and then selling it back, and taking 20% of all profits. These are the two main groups that are now interested in privatization. Asset managers, so that's BlackRock, Templeton, Vanguard, and private equity, KKR, Blackstone, and others. These guys are the scum of the earth. These guys, and I'm being moderate. And so for me, what they do is they know how to strip assets out of they know how to get blood from a rock. And their only job is not to create something new, it's to pull out money back to their headquarters. And so for us, we need a new organizing model, both from union and community, to deal with these people. I was going to use sharks, but sharks are nice. They're cool. But these guys are scum. Sorry for being rough, but they are incapable of integrating social and environmental priorities, as they must maximize and extract profits in as short a time as possible. On that note, I will not go on with all my great solutions for how to deal with them. I will leave that open for the questions and comments later. Thank you. Sorry for saying all that.
Thank you very much, David. And now to our next panelist, and he is the principal planner in the Directorate of the Planning and Information at the Ministry of Education headquarters in Zambia. He is also the focal point person for Zambia for the Global Partnership for Education and the Knowledge, Innovation, and Exchange. So we have with us Mr. Mangombe Tembo, and he will talk about the state of public education systems in Zambia, the challenges and the opportunities. So over to you, Mr. Mangombe.
Thank you so very much, moderator. And in the first instance, I'd like to thank you for organizing this meeting. And also, thank the audience for your time to come and listen to what we have for you from Zambia. We don't take your time for granted, but wish to show our gratitude that out of the so many countries in Africa, you said Zambia, come and tell us what you are doing in Zambia. Thank you so very much. So I'm presenting a topic, the state of public education system in Zambia, and then some challenges and opportunities that we face and have in Zambia, as it were. So first and foremost, I'd like to mention through that public education in Zambia is an obligation for government. They provide education from ECE up to university education. And until 2011, ECE was being managed by the private sector. But after realizing the importance of ECE, we then brought ECE back into the government systems. And so we ran from ECE up to university education. Now, education as a right in Zambia, we are mandated by Constitution to provide education. We have got several, statutory provisions as well as state obligations that we ascribe to, together with, international commitments that govern education. So all those issues, I think we follow them strictly in Zambia, and we provide education as such. But now, in spite of all these issues that I've mentioned, Zambia is quite a big country, and we cannot say that we are providing public service education nicely without challenges. Challenges are always there, and we are facing quite a number of challenges in providing this public education. And the first biggest challenge goes towards limited resources. When I talk about limited resources, I'm talking about inadequate classrooms, inadequate teaching and learning materials, inadequate materials for other issues for the provision of education. And when you look at the teacher-pupil ratio, the pupil classroom ratio in our countries, you would see that we still need much in terms of space for children to be learning from. Apart from that, this has now resulted in another problem, which is poor quality of education provision. If you look at the proficiency in terms of reading, in terms of mathematics, they are quite low in our country, and we have had several issues that we have done to ensure that we mitigate these challenges. But we still see that proficiencies in mathematics, science, and language still is a problem in Zambia. Apart from this, we also have got some persistent inequalities. And these vary from location, they vary from gender, disabilities, as well as socioeconomic backgrounds. So you see, we still have a situation where schools that are found in far-flung areas from urban areas still have got challenge in accessing quality education. And also, we still have got challenges with children with learners with special education needs. They still have faced challenges in terms of being given up-to-date type of education that they may deserve by the end of the day. There are also several other challenges like hunger, people, poor families, children coming from poor families, also got their own challenges that, they face for them to attend school and learn adequately. Apart from this, not on a major scale, we have seen, I think, some reduction in terms of donor support. And I think the recent one is the pulling out of the USAID projects, which I think would have been an example of so many other countries. We are not crying so much. They did what they could have done better. But it's an issue of who the grant or the resources were quite huge. And they were sponsoring quite a big number of schools and the regions in our country that at the time they just put them off without any notice. At least it left a very big gap for us. And apart from that, also, I think we've seen a reduction also in the Global Partnership for Education grant that has been reduced also by almost 50%. And want to believe that probably even if we were told by GPE that this was a result of funders failing to obey their pledges, we still feel it is an influence of the stimulus ID issue, which has made our support coming down. So the education sector is quite a huge sector that demands so much resources from different partners, and so government cannot manage alone at a specified period of time, and we still need partners to come in to assist in terms of achieving some of these targets that we want to achieve. And so when we see partners like USAID who had a very huge gap in terms of funding, pull out abrupt like that, we can comment about that, okay, it is a challenge for now, but I think it makes us realize better that we have to improve and probably increase public investment in terms of education from central government. But against all these challenges that I've mentioned to you, we have got some opportunities that we have in Zambia. And I think the biggest opportunity that I want to mention to you is the political will. We have a president in Zambia who is an economist. And basically speaking, you find that when you have got a president who is a lawyer, you see lives of lawyers improving in those countries. Or if you have got a president who is a medical doctor, you see medical doctors actually becoming happy of what is happening. It starts in human nature that whenever I've got a manager who has got this kind of a qualification, it's like a head teacher in a school. If I've got a head teacher who is mathematics trained, you will see mathematics teachers actually enjoying the teaching and everything. But here's the president in Zambia who is an economist who has actually prioritized education to be his priority and says, for me, education is my priority. To the extent where ADEA has gone on to make him, that they've appointed our president as the champion for foundational learning because of the several pronouncements he has made, the several issues he has done into education sector. So this one, if you get a politician who says education is a priority for me, it's P1 for me, then you're almost getting it. And that's the situation that we have in Zambia. Our president, to him, education is priority number one. Apart from that, we have seen an increased investment in public financing in education in Zambia. From 2022 to date, I think from now we are at 14.5% of the national budget from 10%, 10.4% in 2022. And this has been increasing, steadily going up, meaning that we are seeing that something is happening in our education sector. Apart from this, there's a deliberate program where we have gone further to increase, infrastructure. There's a program that, the Constituency Development Fund, where services have been taken closer to the people. It used to be 1.6 million some time back, but I think it has been increased now to 37 million from 1.6 million to ensure that schools in far-flung areas are able to access resources from the local authorities and provide education to their citizenry. Apart from that, we've also tried to target interventions that are targeted to learners with special needs, to children, to girls, through the Keeping Girls campaign project and many other issues that we are doing in the school feeding that has been made compulsory for all schools in Zambia. Because we know that when we feed children in schools, all of them actually are able to come to school and attend education. Apart from that, the President also has pronounced free education from ECE up to secondary education. And this has seen about 1.6 million learners coming back into school. Of course, these children who have come back into school have brought other challenges, but for us, we feel it is better to have these children in school than keeping them outside outside schools. We've also gone further to ensure that we enhance on partnership. We can't manage to run all challenges alone as government. We have somehow gone further to ensure that we bring on board partnership to ensure that they support areas that may need donor support. Above all, I think as I conclude my speech, I'd like to bring to attention that we are facing a multifaceted, challenges, but we also have got substantial room for progress as a country because we are ready to face all the changes that we have. We have got strategic priorities of enhancing resource allocation to education, improve the education quality by ensuring that all, basic indicators are actually running in the normal ranges, and promote equity in access to all all outcomes in education. Last but not least, with sustained investment and collaborative efforts, Zambia can provide inclusive and equitable education for all children in that country. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mangombe. And we hope that all of these education policies will truly bring in equitable and quality education in Zambia. So thank you so much. So from education, so now we go into public services related to care work. And the topic now is how do public services reduce and redistribute care work? And to speak on this topic is Ana B. Moreno. She is the Technical Secretary of the Global Alliance for Care. She is a social anthropologist and journalist with over 30 years of experience in public policy, international, and local sustainable development projects. And she will give to us a presentation on provision of public care services from a universal perspective that ensures all people have access. So over to you, Anna, for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not so sure I will do all of that, but I will try my best. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon already. Apologies from the beginning to the interpreters, because the difficult thing is not to translate someone that speaks different languages. Is someone that doesn't speak any language well at all and mixes all languages when she speaks, is my case. So they are going to have trouble. I will try my best to read. I hope I can read at least. But thank you so much. I want to say thank you especially to the organizers, to the Global Initiative for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We really appreciate the effort, as David was mentioning. It's not only the effort, also the vision of having this type of conversations before these conferences. I think it's important to be tactic at the same time that we are all working together to, influence and to create enough power to change things. But it's important to have those tactics also in place. And I believe having conversations that can inform, or at least we can discuss together how we advance towards the conference, I believe it's an incredible asset, that an added value that we should kind of keep trying to do and to organize. As has been said, my name is Ana Moreno. I'm the Technical Secretary of the Global Alliance for Care. I'm not going to speak for 5 minutes about the Alliance, but for those that you are not familiar, it's a platform, multi-actor, horizontal, multi-level, a global platform that was launched in 2021 during the Generation Equality Forum that tries to put care at the center of the development agenda and try to do it in terms of multilateral advocacy, in terms of knowledge exchange, in terms of shaping narratives, or in terms of strengthening the collaboration among members. And some members are here. We are right now a bit less than 300. PSI is one of the members. GI-ESCR is also a member. I see Valerie from Make Mothers Matter that we have never met in person. It's our first time that we are going to meet in person. Oxfam Latin America is also here, Necheli. Sandra Moreno from RIPES is going to be a new member. So thank you so much, because the Alliance at the end is the coalition and the creation of all these members that make it happen in the last 4 years. For us, the Alliance obviously is based in a transformative vision in which care is recognized as a need, as a human right, and as work, also as public good, and we can talk later as obviously as an investment. And one of the premises of the alliance is that local, regional, and national governments are the primary duty bearers and responsible actors for guaranteeing the provision of quality, affordable, and accessible care services. And obviously, as it has been said, decent working conditions for care workers. We also believe that, based on the principle of co-responsibility, this transformative vision needs also the state as central actor in promoting this new social organization of care, but also needs to be done in coordination with the other actors, private sector, regional and global cooperation entities, communities, and the individuals. So kind of these are the premises and the transformative visions I wanted to share. Some of you are part of it, so it will be not needed to continue explaining, but I would like perhaps to give 3 data to put the context, and then to explain to you what are also pushing, not only in this conference, but beyond in terms of financing universal care services. First of all, in terms of data, Oxfam International, for example, mentioned and studied that women and girls spend 12.5 billion hours per day on unpaid care work. And if this work was paid at minimum wage, it will contribute at least $10.8 trillion per year to the global economy, which represents obviously 3 times the size of the global technology industry. To compare with that, but we can compare it with others. There is another data I wanted to bring, that is the ILO, the International Labour Organization, also mentioned that to replace the unpaid care work done by women in their households, 199 million, 200 million full-time jobs will need to be created, representing 11.5% of total global employment. We are all familiar about this data. We need to be sure that we are able to translate to the citizens to understand the changing of narratives, but also which are the consequences of not having universal care services, for example. And I would like to, this is the last one, in Latin America, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean reported in 2022 that around 60% of women with children under the age of 15 say that they do not participate in the labor market in order to attend to family responsibilities, while this percentage drops to 18% in households without children in the same age group. So it's not only about what is happening, it's also what is happening if we don't have the universal care services that we would like to see. It means that the reduction and the redistribution of the care work is a fundamental factor in the personal, educational, economic, and social development of women and girls. And this must be reflected, obviously, in the institutional and governmental recognition of this inequality. Then, what are we asking for? And I think that's what I will just perhaps take a bit more of my intervention. First, to increase public efforts that adopt a bottom-up and people-centered approach, where women are conceived as actors who contribute to changing their context to achieve gender equality, obviously, rather than being viewed only as passive entities. That public action that works under an intersectional and contextual approach, meaning that we think the care actions in conjunction with the diverse range of women who provide and receive it. That public policies and services are developed with a gender perspective. We are asking for financing care systems as a strategic investment for social justice, gender equality, and sustainable development globally. Care work generates decent, or should generate decent employment, should increase women's labor market participation, should boost tax revenues, and strengthen social cohesion. For every percentage point of GDP invested in the care sector, high impact, long-term economic and social benefits for the whole of society are realized. We are also asking for sustainable care financing as progressive and co-responsible fiscal architecture. Fair and gender responsive taxation, for example, essential for the finance care systems. We are also asking, again, as I mentioned, that care is an essential public good, and its financing must be included in fiscal reform agendas and international cooperation frameworks, and care must be part of global financial commitments for a more equal and resilient economy. Having said that, that's what we are asking as an alliance. That's what we believe it's needed. But obviously care is not always in the center of the conversation. So there have been several attempts of bringing, for example, learning communities. Oxfam was one of the organizations in the Alliance that was trying to create these learning communities towards financing care systems. There are also a consortium of organizations in the Alliance working to put together more information and documentation to be able to do that. There is also a group of people trying to influence the conversations about beyond GDP, so that that is part of the care is part of those conversations. And we are obviously trying to influence those spaces. Usually care is not discussed. It means not only here, but also the COP in Brazil, obviously the World Social Summit. So even if we, probably most of the ones that we are here, we are kind of familiar with it, it's not the real world. We need to convince those that are not involved in the conversations. And that's why, for example, here in the Financing for Development Conference, we are launching a pilot initiative. It's called the Care Pavilion. That you are invited, all of you, to come from tomorrow, that we have a physical space in which we can discuss about care systems and financing care systems outside of the sometimes really rigid formats of the multilateral spaces, so that we change also a bit of the power conversation, so that we are not the ones going there, they are ones coming here. It's nothing new. We have seen it everywhere. We are building in decades of feminism that have created tents in Beijing. If you remember 30 years ago, to organize themselves, caucus in several conferences, but we need to put, from our point of view, obviously, that conversation in a space in which we are able to have an added value of the density of the conversation and the quality of the conversation that we also use for the work, for the exchange of working groups or the experiences. So I will talk later, perhaps in the questions, but this is one of the things that we believe is not only about the state of the universal care services, because we think it's quite evident the lack of them in most of the part of the world, and we can speak about which countries are advancing more, but I didn't want to use the time to do that, but to say what we need to achieve. Because we can analyze the state, we know what is happening. The problem from us is how to move from there to really make it happen, that this transformative vision in which care is at the center, it's not, it's why we take decisions. It's considered in the conversations, knowing that it's a long effort, a never-ending effort, that I'm sure David can speak about that. Even when you think that you have achieved something, sometimes you don't realize that the fight is forever. But I think it's important that we also understand why we are here in terms of explaining the state of some of the services that have been mentioned before. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anna. And thank you to all the panelists. So let me just, some key takeaways before we go into the open forum. So, sorry. Video. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Nelsie Lizarazo is not with us, and because she is unwell, but she has a video that will talk about the state of education, public education in Latin America. So yeah, over to Nelsie for her presentation.
Hola, 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 buenos días.
Hello, good morning to everyone in Seville. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you, albeit virtually. You already know the reason why I'm not here, but here I am online, committed with this common objective and happy to bring the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean to this event. I wish you great success. I will try to be brief and jump to my presentation. I hope that this presentation helps us reflect upon all of these matters. I hope that this gives you some food for thought for this event. Just bear with me for a second.
Ya. Bien, el estado de los sistemas.
Okay, so public education systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. What is the state of play and the current challenges? Well, here we have some data. There are several studies that indicate what the situation is in our region. And I would like to say that the situation is not the result of the pandemic. The pandemic exacerbated this situation, but we know that some of these problems have been there for decades. These conclusions that you have on this slide conclude that our public education systems are not helping us guarantee the right to education. We have seen a deterioration in secondary education, in occupational training. We can see that 4 every 5 students at the end of primary schools do not have basic skills, for example, reading skills. And there is a great gap between rich kids and poor kids, rural kids and urban kids, boys and girls, particularly at primary level. We can also see that the system does not retain children in school. This lack of retainment of children in school, what some people say school dropout, has several reasons. What are the structural factors behind dropping out of school and the great challenges that we have in our region? What are the challenges that prevent us from realizing the right to education? Well, lack of financing. You know this. We have decreased the amount of GDP dedicated to education. There are some exceptions in the region, but on average, we can see that we're not dedicating enough GDP, and there is also an annual deficit of $97 billion in education, according to UNESCO. But we also know that tax evasion and tax avoidance is much higher. That deficit that we have, we would be able to pay 4 times the cost of public education if we avoided tax evasions and tax avoidance. We have seen that there are challenges that are cross-cutting, intersectional, that are pervasive in our systems. We can see that there are different factors, very alarming factors, and we're very worried in the region. There is also limited governance and fragile innovation. There is a lack of state capability to provide comprehensive solutions, and we can see that leadership at a school level is also lacking. We have seen some initiatives to improve educational leadership, but this has not been enough. There has also been an increase of private education in the region. Privatization takes different forms and shapes. We can see, for example, in Chile that the state is even helping financially through structural aids, this private schooling system. And in Colombia and Brazil, there is a lack of public investment. And in those cases, private education thrives as well. There has been a loss in public systems. This affects For example, curricula, the promotion of skills among children. We have seen a growing business presence in our region, deviation of resources from the public to the private sector, which affects training and education and the public system in general. We have seen an exacerbation of inequalities. We have evidence supporting all of this. We are at the age of evidence, right? We need evidence to support what we say. We have evidence supporting everything that we're saying here. It is a fact that private schoolings and private education, as well as the business interests, they jeopardize education and public education in particular. What are the tools that we have to strengthen our systems? Well, we have some very good examples. We can increase and target financing better. That is a must and quite obvious. We also need to consolidate systemic recovery in the region, improve governance and school leadership, improving the schooling environment. And in general, we need to improve, as I said, governance and school leadership, enhance assessment and evidence-based solutions. And we have different countries that are launching their own personalized, customized assessment systems. That is a good way of improving and strengthening our education systems. We also need to tackle pervasive gaps, to adopt innovation with an equity perspective, and strengthen, obviously, regulation, taxing, and transparency. Regarding the adoption of innovation, we need to adapt new technologies, including AI, to improve the work of our teachers and professors. And we also need, as I said, enhance the taxing system, regulation, and transparency, because we now have no laws. There is a lack of laws helping us ensure transparency in our region. We have carried out a very wide project with the 2030 committee. With the CSO, we have developed the framework of action for a transformative public education. We will issue it in a couple of weeks. It will be published shortly. And this is the summary. This is the summary that we developed at the request of the ministries for education in our region. These are all of the elements included in the framework of action. It brings us a transformative view, transformative perspective towards public education. And here we have different options, different ways of adapting public education to different contexts and how to finance it sustainably. We learned from the Brazilian experience for this, by the way. This is obviously a collective effort, bringing together different pieces with a comprehensive perspective. And we need to base our work on evidence. And we need to know that despite the challenges that we're facing, we have room for improvement and we have what we need to improve our public education systems. There is evidence of this. Lastly, I would like to say that we need to put a stop to the growth in private education initiatives because it jeopardizes public education. Otherwise, we won't be able to guarantee lifelong education for all. This needs to go the logic of public. The public good needs to be more important than the private good. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for giving us the floor to speak about education in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Thank you very much. Apologies. There is something I forgot. this, please visit our website, follow us on social media. Follow us, follow the GLADE network, because it will help you be updated with the advancements in terms of education in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much for your attention.
Here, you know. Okay, colleagues, so now it's time for us to also share your questions, our comments, and if you have also something to share from your respective countries. So this is the moment for us to also share.
This is Maria Rombalcera from the Center for Economic and Social Rights. Thank you very much for the brilliant discussion, not only in this panel, but in the panels before. My question is for the representative of Zambia. We know that Zambia has been massively under pressure, particularly in terms of the debt crisis, and we know how unhelpful the IMF advice has been. Particularly, I think that you managed to challenge some of this advice and to recruit some new teachers, even when the fiscal consolidation advice kept telling you not to do it. So would you mind telling us a little bit more about the pressures, how you managed to navigate this? And perhaps this could serve as a reference for other countries in terms of by defying some of this mantra of like fiscal consolidation, before public services, come before human rights. Perhaps just like challenging this question of even defaulting on debt instead of saving debt repayment by defaulting on development and by defaulting on human rights, how we can avoid this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David Archer from ActionAid. I would like to ask David Boys then if the real enemies are often the most invisible ones, so BlackRock and asset managers and Blackstone and these private equity firms, how do we challenge them effectively? What would be your advice on strategies and tactics to effectively challenge them? And then building on Maria's question to the Zambian minister, I think one of the most exciting positions of the Africa group at the UN in the FfD negotiations was a very clear call for a UN framework convention on debt. This was blocked by European countries, in principle, or global north countries who stand to benefit from the existing unfair architecture. What are you going to do next in order to advance the case for a framework convention on debt? Can you take it to the UN General Assembly for a vote, as the Africa Group did for the UN Tax Convention? And let's not wait for years for that to happen. Can we do it this year or next year? And what can we do? What can we do to help you? Because this is urgent. This is how you structurally change an incredibly toxic debt architecture that blocks investment in public services.
Let's gather one or two more questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Nacheli Noriega. I work for Oxfam, and I will come with a very unpopular comment and a question. Since this is an event on public services, and I have to state first of all that this is not Oxfam's position. Oxfam actually on its brief today, of yesterday, it specifically talks about not privatization and not particularly not private finances. But I keep wondering, what is it? Of course, we've seen the examples throughout the panel. We do not want PPPs. We do not, of course, not any BlackRock nor Stone. We do not want privatization of education. We do not want commodity of care. That's for sure. But I'd like to know what or if there is a role for the private sector other than taxpayer. I know that the taxpayer, that's the best one. But I think as an employer, from PSI, I know there might be good examples, but allow me just very briefly to bring an analogy, when, I don't know, 10 or 7 years ago, we were as defending sexual and reproductive health and rights. progressive mindset was, let's not talk about family. Let's not talk about family. Family is heteronormative, is where many of the, it was just like the bad word to use. And we never spoke of which family we needed. We needed diverse families, open families, created families. And we never did talk about it. It was just like a no, no, no. And I'm wondering, we keep saying no private sector. Which private sector do we want other than a taxpayer? Thank you.
One last question, yes, Collins.
Thank you so much. My name is Collins Liko. I work with the International Network for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. I have two questions, and thank you so much to the panelists. I think Sylvain and one of the other initial speakers in the first session spoke about the multilateral geopolitics, the emergence of right-wing and autocratic leaders, which then has led to, a problem within the multilateralism system and international cooperation. My first question then, especially from my colleague from Zambia, so we understand that ODA is facing a lot of problems like official development assistance, especially from America and other European countries. We also know that the Africa Development Fund, which also receives a lot of support from Europe and America, is also dwindling quite a lot. In fact, it has really reduced. And amid all this, we also have the very deep debt crisis, especially for countries like Zambia, overstretched budgets and fiscal constraints. I'm just wondering, so with us thinking about financing education, what options do we have? Especially as countries in Africa amid all of these geopolitical issues. So as Zambia and other countries in Africa, what are the financing options that we are having? Number two, the first speakers of the first panel also spoke about FfD4, and especially in reference to the final outcome document, which, as I heard, and of course I've read part of it, does not in any way mention about public services at all. And the paragraph on human rights only speaks about respecting, protecting, and actually promoting. So no one cares about fulfillment. The fulfillment part of it actually means financing. We need resources. So with that as the context, what is the way forward for all of us, even as we head to FfD4? What should we be doing beyond FfD4, especially in this context where we are not at all in any way thinking about public services? Thank you.
Back to you, Thea, and the panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have many questions. So first, the question related, addressed to Zambia. So how to navigate the conditionalities, what did Zambia do? And this could be an example for other countries who, in defying the conditionalities. So that's, and also what's next in terms of the UN Framework Convention on Debt, and what can we do to help the African group push this immediately? So that's a tough question, that one. But yes, Mr. Mangombe, over to you for those questions. Thank you.
So first and foremost, I think what is good for us to recognize is that most African countries are highly indebted, both to the IMF and many other organizations that give debt to African countries. But I think what should actually happen first and foremost is a system that does not work will always give problems for countries to come out of such kind of issues. So first and foremost, I think African countries must ensure that they bring in transformation, they bring in change in the way we do business in Africa, and probably recognizing the fact that we have got the capacity to ensure that we upscale that which we want to do in the continent. But first and foremost, it begins with how our frameworks that we have in our African countries. How are they? How do they move? How do they work? How do they synergize to ensure that what we want to do as a continent, we actually move together as one and try to achieve such kind of issues. For Zambia, for example, in terms of debt issues, you know, we're talking about debt problems, but at the same time, we're saying we're able to recruit about 42,000 teachers within 3 years. Not only teachers, we have also recruited about 30,000 health staff and many other staff in the public sector. This, I think, began with the country going to, there's some issues of debt restructuring. And I think this was one the country had to go further to ensure that first and foremost, debt must be restructured in a manner that it gives a chance for government, you know, to pay back and ensure that we save one or two issues as we go on. But by the end of the day, as we said it, sometimes we take what probably US has done as an opener for African countries, because it's an issue where we're being given this date. By the end of the day, you find that the person who's giving you the date actually takes it out. So what we have done as in Zambia, first and foremost, is that you know, the country is divided into regions. We've got the districts and regions, and in the districts, we have what we call constituency development fund, which I mentioned earlier on. So what was done in the country is that we first of all said, okay, since the money that is given to local authorities for them to develop these areas was up to somewhere around like 1.6 million Zambian kwacha, this amount of money was increased from 1.6 million to 36 million. And money was reduced from the central to the point of delivery, meaning that from central level, central government, most ministries do not receive so much money. Much of the money is taken to the point of delivery in rural areas or in where local councils are. At that level, that's where now people know what they want for them to do. They know what type of services they want in terms of health services, in terms of educational services, and from the Constituency Development Fund, it has gone up. We have seen its increase has seen several other issues being done within the country. Apart from that, legal frameworks. There's supposed to be always issues where government must pronounce, you know, frameworks. Government must give out directives on how we're supposed to go about. And if we lack legal frameworks in the country that can guide in such kind of issues, it becomes really difficult for a country to achieve. So first things first, there's supposed to be an issued debate policy where government develops, you know, legal frameworks to guide in the, you know, expenditure of national resources. Our civil society organizations have been of late trying to push for education levy. It has worked for health, and I think almost all civil servants or everyone else in Zambia will contribute for a health levy, and it began, I think, some 4 or 5 years ago. And people have been talking about, if we cannot prioritize health, why can't we do the same with education? So we now introduce what we call an education levy, and all the funds that we realize from there should go towards the provision of education in our country. So going further, I think issues to do with the UN frameworks and so on and so forth, these also need considered efforts, ensuring that we come together and see how we move on. But as long as we differ in terms of the way we put up our frameworks in different countries, we always remain divided and fail to achieve some of these issues. Of course, there's a saying which says that when you are divided, you cannot achieve. Unless when you become one, then you can achieve. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And how about the next question about how can we push for the UN Framework Convention on Debt from the context not only of Zambia, but also from African group?
Well, that was my last point, which I gave you.
Sorry.
That if we're divided, you can't achieve. It begins with frameworks. It begins with African countries noticing what we're supposed to do better as a country, as a continent.
As a continent.
And if we move together in that lane, then we are likely to achieve. But as long as West Africa goes this direction, Central Africa goes that direction, North Africa goes that, we'll never achieve. So we need concerted efforts and thinking together so that we fight these things together as a continent.
Okay. Okay, so a question addressed to David: how to challenge effectively the private equity firms and private BlackRock and Blackstone. Yeah, please. Yeah, sure.
Thanks. First, a quick comment on also that nobody's mentioned that this is a Jubilee year. And the last Jubilee year was 2000, and it took until 2005 to get a deal. So basically, the Jubilee year is when we launch our campaign, and then we have to fight for it for 5 years. And so in that sense, similar to the tax initiative, we have to mobilize all our members. We have to do awareness raising. We have to build campaigns and run campaigns. And that takes money, that takes resources. It's got to be part of our priority list. We've all got a priority list that is longer than what we can achieve. But I think the Jubilee is something that we need to pay attention to. I'm going to also answer the question of what role for the private. So look, if I need to paint my house, I will look for a qualified painter. I mean, I could do it myself, but I'll look for a qualified painter. I'll take bids. If I'm a public entity, I have to take the lowest bid, which doesn't make sense. So like the Swiss do, they throw out the lowest and the highest bid when they do procurement, and then they deal with those in the middle because they know that the bidding, they game the process. But the fact is, I'm not going to bring the painter once I choose him or her. I'm not going to bring them in and let them run my house. So the concept of what is the right role of the private sector. The other thing to understand is, collectively speaking, governments are the single largest buyers of goods and service on the planet. Okay? So they got tons of power through their procurement, and they need to choose it wisely. In a well-run public system, you procure goods and services from the private sector. So there is a role for the private sector. Just it doesn't mean they need to come in and take over and then decide everything for us. So it really is a question of being clear about what they can, what they should, what they shouldn't, and how it's done. And then finally, there's a number of countries, and I will mention specifically Latin America, where communities don't trust the government because the government has been a tool of the imperial powers, blah, 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 blah. So what do? They organize at community level. Well, and that's private. It's typically not for profit. But just to be clear, the public services, they do make profit. They make 5 or 6%, which is reinvested. It's just they're not motivated only by profit, but they do make a profit. And typically they either reinvest it in improving services or cross-subsidize others. But back to community, you often see community to community partnerships. And in some instances, we see public, for example, in water utilities, actually working with the community in a sort of public partnership. But we're also building this concept of public-public partnership between public providers. And it's actually working, but the IFIs hate it and the privateers hate it. Now, Archer's question, how to fight this new nebula. First of all, and look, Archer knows this better as well as I do. First thing is know the enemy. Who the hell are these organizations? And the first thing to know about them from our perspective is that they're managing workers' deferred wages in many instances. And it's often public sector workers who, when they negotiate their collective agreement and they're looking for 5% inflation cost of living allowance, and so they take 3% in their pay packet and 2% goes to their pension funds, which then are invested throughout their career so that when they retire, they have a decent living. Those pension funds, which have hundreds of billions when they're capitalized, when it's not a pay-as-you-go, they have hundreds of billions of assets, and they have given these asset managers and private equity funds big chunks of our money. So for us, the challenge is figuring out, can we then put limits on the fiduciary responsibility of the pension asset manager to make sure that we're not privatizing? And let me just say, that's not easy. So first of all, know thy enemy. Do your research. Figure out who it is. And I'll say something that, time's up, right? I'll say something that people here won't want to hear, but AI can really help you. I'm looking at who owns care sector in Latin America now. And so I ask AI, who are the biggest investors in care? And then I ask, okay, give me a table of the 10 biggest companies, and then refine that table by showing me how many of them also manage pension fund assets. And out comes data that would take me hours to compile. Okay. You mentioned the legal framework. We have to know the legal framework that allows these scum to come into our country. What is the enabling environment that is being built? And is it done by the World Bank? Is it done by IMF, or do we do it to ourselves? Who else is facilitating them? Is it just the World Bank and the IMF, or is it the national development agencies? Is it the embassies and the consulates? Who is helping them come in? And then the impact of their behavior. And this is the storytelling. We actually need the shocking stories that show how they do what they do. And then we move into, once we have a lot of research, then we move into education and communication. We've got to educate all of our members. For PSI, it's the workers. For NGOs, it's your members. And then finally mobilizing. And mobilizing at national, regional, and global. So that's sort of the package that we put together. We just call it organizing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And perhaps the last question, we go to the other question. In FfD4, there was no reference to the public services. What can we do to advocate for this? And you can also respond to the other questions,
yes.
Anna.
Some reflections more than answers, as you can imagine. First, David, local level. It's also important in this context. We believe we should try to also, when you were referring to trust, all the surveys say that the citizens trust more their local governments than their national or global governments. I think it's important to see how we work with local governments, what we can achieve in the legislative frameworks that the local governments have capacity, sometimes by law, while we are fighting the multidimensional approach. You know, it's, as David was saying, is in fact, this Martin Luther King Jr. quote, those who love peace should organize as efficiently as those who love war. So we should be, as David was giving us all the different levels, and we should try to work multidimensionally. Some of us will be discussing in a multilateral room to be sure that a word is there, and others will be at the local level providing services at public institutions, and others will be doing research, and others will be mobilizing campaigns, and others, we need to understand that we need that multidimensional approach, and I just want to be sure that the local level is there. The other thing has been mentioned, collectively, alliances. You know, as much as we can organize also that, it will help us a lot. I would also like to mention the issue of Africa. I think it's really important to see in these next couple of years how Africa is using, for example, the G20. For the first time, the African Union is going to be there as an actor. Obviously, the G20 in South Africa. Let's see if what is going to happen here. I'm not talking now as a global alliance for care. I'm like Shelley. I'm just talking about some reflections, but it's interesting to see what is going to happen here, more than just the outcome, the geopolitical movements. And then the G20 is the last one in the South. It has come after Brazil, South Africa, perhaps next year US, I don't know, yes, no, but it's important to consolidate what has happened until now and to see what Africa is going to come in the G20. And I hope to, to see there some guidance of what is going to be the next year's push. And my last comment perhaps is about the elephant in the room, something that Nacheli was saying. We should also speak and have discussions among ourselves about elephants in the rooms, questions that we don't want to answer, discussions that we don't want to have, decisions that we want by 100% consensus. Yes. Some of us, as I said, let's go for 100% consensus. Some of us will need to go for the compromises. So I think it's important that we also start to have spaces in which we can bring the elephant in the room and start discussing those issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And I think from the synthesis also of David and Anna about being multidimensional and also involving multi-levels, also starting from the local authorities, which is really very important, which we learned from Zambia. And I would like to end this session by reminding us, and this was also a reminder from Amitabh earlier, and posing a question as public services as a human rights in the context of conflicts and crisis. Because we know that in fragile countries and in emergencies and crises, public services are really neglected, and all public services. And therefore, what is the role of multilateral organizations? We have been talking about global solidarity, but actually providing services to the countries that are in fragile state. Who would provide this? Considering that the UN is also has been weakened, and so how can we advocate on this, ensuring that public services, quality public services, are also in the context of conflicts and crisis? And we know that in the coming years, climate crisis will be a major situation that not only in developing countries, but in globally across the world. So thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you. And
good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's always so exciting to moderate the panel straight after lunch. But don't worry, we're here to keep the energy up. You have never seen a panel like the panel that you're just about to see this afternoon. Yeah, so thank you everyone for coming. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We've been talking about equitable financing all day so far. I wasn't here, but so I hear. But the question remains, what is the financing actually for? Strong hint, it's for public services. Universal, high quality and gender responsive public services that respond to people's rights and needs and ensures that everyone can live a life of dignity. And to tell us more about that, I have a formidable panel here with me, whose members I will introduce as they come on to speak. So this is a panel drawn from various backgrounds, as you will see, but working towards common objectives from different angles, as you will also see, but all committed to a rights-based framing of economic justice that amplifies the centrality of public services. So my name is Wangari Kinoti. I'm with ActionAid International, where I lead our global work on women's rights and feminist alternatives, focusing on care, women's labor, and addressing structural gender-based violence, all of which are highly dependent on transforming how public services are funded and delivered. So to my panel, you each have no more than 10 minutes for your intervention, as I'm sure you've gathered through the day. I was raised by my parents never to interrupt my guests. So please keep an eye on Michelle, who will be very politely reminding you about, that you're running out of time. So we'll get right into it, and I'll start with Professor Uchenna or Uche Uwaleke, who is a financial economist and a professor of finance and capital market at the Nasarawa State University in Kefi, Nigeria. He was a commissioner of finance in Imo State, where he distinguished himself as a public finance expert, implementing sound financial management that included raising the internal growth rate of the subnational government. He's currently a member of the Presidential Fiscal and Tax Reforms Committee of the Federal Government of Nigeria. And Prof, I know that you are interested in highlighting how tax reforms in Nigeria are not just fiscal tools, but enablers of fundamental human rights through better domestic resource mobilization, and that you see taxation as critical to economic and social rights. So please do share your perspectives on this, and I believe you have some slides to share with us. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Gracias. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uche Waleke, as you heard. I'm a professor of finance and a member of the Presidential Committee on Tax Reforms in Nigeria. Let me start by asking you, how many of you have been to Nigeria? Show by raising your hand. Oh, that's lovely. Okay. If you haven't been to Nigeria, Nigeria is one place to be. And if you find yourself in Nigeria, make sure you go to Abuja and Lagos. These are two beautiful cities in Nigeria. As you all know, even if you've not been to Nigeria, Nigeria has the largest population in Africa. In fact, the concentration of blacks, largest in Nigeria, the world over. Until recently, Nigeria also is one of the biggest economies in Africa, on the continent. But again, as many of you know, Nigeria is one economy that over-relies on oil revenue. It's one of the largest producers of oil and relies so much on oil revenue. Now, such that in 2016, when oil prices fell drastically, 2015, the economy went into a recession. So Nigeria's economy experienced a recession in 2016. And of course, government revenues fell because the government depends on oil revenue for as much as 70% of its revenue. And in terms of foreign Forex, over 90% of Forex comes from oil. So you can see the level of dependence on oil revenues. Now, when the economy went into recession in 2016, the government didn't have a choice but to borrow. Resulted in massive borrowing. Eventually, when we came out of that recession, not long after, COVID came. Okay, so the economy again went into a second recession following COVID-19. Okay, so we had a recession in 2016, we had another one in 2020. You can imagine the impact of that on revenues, the impact of that on the ability of the government to, of course, finance education, finance health, and pursue the SDG goals. So the aftermath of that was heavy borrowing, to the extent that the government was also borrowing from the central bank in what we all know as ways and means, when the central bank literally prints money to give the government to meet its basic needs, okay? So that, of course, fueled inflation, in the country. So when this was a situation in which the present regime, found itself, when the current president was elected into office in 2023, he inherited a very precarious, financial situation. Okay, the finance of the country was more like on a cliff. So what did he do? Okay, he knew that there was need to ramp up domestic resource, mobilization. One of the things he did was to remove fuel subsidies, because the country was spending as much as, so much on fuel subsidies every year. And of course, the opportunity cost, that would mean less money for education, less money for health, when you're using the money to just subsidize fuel. So fuel subsidy was removed in 2023. Again, it also resulted in inflation. One of the things he also did was to now constitute a committee. I was appointed a member of that committee to ensure that the tax revenues, okay, are ramped up not by increasing. He made it very clear that he didn't want to hear that we are recommending any increase in taxes, not by increasing taxes, but by broadening the tax base, by improving collection efficiency, such that tax revenues can increase. So we set to work, and we concluded our work and submitted our report, and happily, the executive arm used that to prepare a bill. Okay, National Assembly at the Parliament passed it as law, and the good news is that only yesterday the president assented to that law. So today Nigeria has a new comprehensive, modern tax law that is in place. So I want to use my remaining minutes to tell you more about the tax law, based on the work we did at the Presidential Committee on, tax reforms. So, as I said, the objective is all about, growing revenues to be able to expand government fiscal capacities to, deliver social services, particularly education and health. My Zambian friend talked about his president's passion for education. I can also tell you that the current president of Nigeria is very passionate about education, is very passionate about health. One of the things he did when he came into office was to also say, how do we ensure, of course, in Nigeria, there is free education both at the primary and secondary level, but also how do we ensure that a lot of people who want access to higher education, get this education. So one of the things he did was to start a student's loan scheme, So that scheme is in place now. So what we're trying to do is, as we raise more revenues now, is to use those revenues to scale up this student's loan scheme. And you'll also realize that in terms of the penetration, the primary health centers, a lot of money being generated now is also going into, those areas. So I have talked about the challenges, why Nigeria is still struggling with okay. So first, I must greet you from the chairman of that committee has asked me to greet you when I come here. So please, I'm conveying the greetings of Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, our able chairman. Yes, thank you very much. Okay. So here I argue, or I state that domestic revenue mobilization is not merely about a matter of revenue generation. It's about creating fiscal capacity for government to meet its social contracts with citizens and, by extension, human rights obligations. And we all know that I just told you that Nigeria depends so much on oil. That is not sustainable. The one that is sustainable is taxation. Tax is a sustainable means of generating revenues. And tax can represent a powerful tool for achieving macroeconomic goals of redistributing income. Okay, so this lecture can take time. Let me just summarize it. Okay, let me just go to what we have done. What we have done principally, as I said, is to broaden the tax base. What we've also done is to ensure that our tax system is equitable. Our tax system is progressive, because we had this clamor too, that the tax system is not progressive. A system that taxes the low income earners, relatively more than the high income earners is not progressive. The current tax system we operate in Nigeria is not very progressive, but this new tax law, has changed the entire thing. If you look at personal income tax, for example, if you earn less than 300,000 naira in Nigeria today, 300,000 naira is about exchange rate 1,500 naira to the dollar, maybe about $200. You are made to pay tax. But under the new tax law, if you are earning up to 800,000 naira, which is the minimum wage for one per annum, you have been exempted from tax. So $540, anybody earning $540 no longer pays tax in Nigeria. Unlike what obtains now, where people pay tax. So the personal income tax has been done in such a way that it is now progressive. The same thing with the the company's income tax. In Nigeria today, companies that make losses are made to pay tax. You can see it's unfair for a company that is stop making loss to be asked to pay 0.5% of tax on its turnover. But the new tax law now says if you're making taxes shouldn't be on losses, taxes shouldn't be on capital, taxes should be on profit. That is what we have been able to achieve under the new tax law. The tax law also has exemptions for companies that are small. In Nigeria today, under the new tax law, small companies no longer pay tax. Okay, they have been exempted from tax. And a minute. And also, currently in Nigeria today, we have multiplicity of taxes. Over 60 different types of tax. So if you want to establish business in Nigeria, one of the headaches you will have is how to deal with all those myriads of taxes. And that's why foreign investments in Nigeria is low. So what we have done now is to streamline them, to consolidate them. So if you're coming to do business in Nigeria, you know how much tax you're paying. Unlike what obtains now where several agencies will be disturbing you, harassing you, to pay taxes. So that is now a thing of the past. The tax environment in Nigeria is now, friendly, to welcome investors. So as I said, small business are no longer paying tax. VAT is also the same. We have also done in such a way that VAT, if you pay input VAT, you are expected to, recover it. Currently, most people don't recover their input VAT, but under the new tax law, you must get back your, tax credits. For essential items, education, particularly education and health, they are completely zero rated. And those of you in finance and tax, you know the difference between zero rated and exempt. Under the current status, they are exempt. Exempt means, yes, no VAT on them, but they can't recover their input VAT. But under the new tax law, which says zero rated, zero tax means you can recover your input VAT and also don't pay VAT. So the system is a lot better for items in education, health than used to be. So I conclude. This is the current bracket. This is the new one under the tax law for. When you get this presentation, you get the details. I'm sure it's been shared. Okay, sorry. I think I'm sorry. Let me run into the end and I'll stop. Okay, so this is the details about the company's income tax, the old and the new. A lot has happened now. What we have done in the area of VAT, and then the linking reforms to human rights outcomes. Today, if you check the budget we have, the budget for 2025, you see massive jump in what we have voted in education and health, unlike 2024, okay, and social services. And that's because of the anticipated increase in revenues we are expecting to get from the implementation of these reforms. So in a nutshell, Nigeria is paying attention, a lot more attention now to social services, and of course, by extension, to human rights. The new tax law is pro-development, it is pro-growth, it is also pro-human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Uche. I know you had to sort of rush through your slides, but the secret is in the Q&A, when you're answering a question, you set your own question and you answer it by completing your presentation. But thanks. And as a professor, you know how to set your own question. So no, thank you very, very much. I think you've started this panel on a very high note. I want to turn now to Liz, my old friend. Liz Nelson is the Director for Advocacy and Research at the Tax Justice Network. She leads a team of high-level advocates and researchers addressing issues of international tax reform and governance, climate justice, human rights, intersectional inequalities, and data analysis on global and country-specific tax abuse. Liz studied human rights and development management from the Open University's Global Program in Development Management at LSE, and is also a Senior Atlantic Fellow for Social and Economic Equity. So Liz, I know that you believe that progressive tax reforms can only take place if the underlying ideology and principles of social justice and equity are supported by sustained political will and action. So what are the things we need to consider if we're truly to realize a transformative global financial and tax architecture that provides social justice for all? In 10 minutes.
Oh, is it on? Yeah, yeah. So I kind of like to imagine that right at the back of the room, there's lots of state delegates there listening to this, but let's, because I know many of you here just know the stuff that I'm going to talk about, but for the sake of going through it, I will go through it. What I wanted to talk about was sovereignty, tax sovereignty. And I want to kind of make that connection between what happens at the international level and how nation states can raise their money or what's preventing them to doing so. But there's also something about the principles that Wangari talked about then, you know, that are underpinning the international tax system and impacting on nation states. So, you know, we've all talked about, or many people this morning talked about the kind of environment where people are living in, our brothers and sisters and children around the world in conflict. And that is kind of no accident. You know, if we're building a caring society, most often a role attributed to women, requires that not just civil society people, many of us in this room, but our governments challenge the inequities and build caring societies. You know, we've fundamentally, we've been establishing an international architecture and a governance that for decades has failed. And what it's failed to do and is failing to do is redistribute wealth. Wealth is largely uncounted and wealth is largely hidden. Now people and obviously Oxfam done some brilliant reports about the amount of wealth that is untaxed. But even there, I'm sure they would say that's an estimate, possibly a tip of the iceberg. So anyway, I won't go into lots of other estimates and so on. Tax Justice Network has done reports for the last 4 years and spoken of global revenue losses in 2024 estimated at 492 billion. And that's combined of wealth held offshore and profit shifting by multinational companies. What's important about that figure, because actually it's quite low, when we look at the stats that are moved around in the tax justice sphere, what's important about that figure is that those are just direct taxes. There's lots of indirect taxes, tax incentives, giveaways, credits, all sorts of things that make a complete difference to that figure. But it's just to give you a sense of annually, we're talking about $500 billion a year just from we're just kind of countries are giving away. So progressive tax policy reforms obviously are critical. And what we need to do is change the rules of the tax game internationally. A different narrative is needed, and others have talked about that different narrative. And it's a narrative that's going to drive meaningful change. So adequate sustainable revenue should be available to fill the needs of the Sustainable Development Goals and fulfill, you know, the need for well-financed, accessible public services. So the FFD, in a sense, needs to support structural governance policy reforms to affect that redistribution of wealth. So progressive tax reforms, I talked about at the beginning, just mentioned about the sort of principles which need to change radically. The foundational ideas that characterize tax policy have largely been dictated by something we call the tax consensus. And this consensus has, in short, and I'm not going into the technical details, 3 key elements. First one is neutrality, where the suggest, and also just should say that the tax consensus was an element of what we know as the Washington consensus, so a neoliberal ideology. Neutrality was the first part of the tax consensus, where incentives should be untouched. There should be more indirect taxes like VAT, disproportionately hitting low-income and no-income households. So, and we see that all the time from international financial institutions bearing down on those indirect taxes. The other second is redistribution. The tax consensus refers to redistribution as through expenditure, not taxation. It assumes, therefore, that low-income countries have somehow got the revenue to redistribute through expenditure. So that's a bit of a false premise, as we know. And the third part of the tax consensus is that lower income countries' revenues should be around 15–20%. Well, there's of GDP, a massive inequity there. I mean, I think we know that most high-income countries are driving around at least double that. You know, those three elements of the tax consensus have been underpinning international tax rules for decades. And that's what we need to change. And by changing that, these elements are undermining the ability of nation states to generate revenue. They drive debt, and the financial architecture denies this kind of what I call the tax sovereignty, which is the ability of states to set and enforce their own policies, tax policies, in their sovereign interest for their own people, and without, crucially, without external interference. So it's often invoked by governments as a shield to protect them, that they not to tax, but in fact, tax sovereignty is something where the governments that have the revenue can generate sovereign policies for domestic resource mobilization. We saw in the negotiations for the Finance for Development outcome document that positioning by a small group of wealthy nations is just kind of perpetuating that status quo and dangerously risking a kind of no change. And I'm sure a few of us have talked about that over lunch. And the failure to generate sufficient revenue means that tax abuse requires this kind of narrative change, and it needs action to follow. So the changes that we're looking for in the international tax rules, our focus is very much within tax justice, and wider in the tax justice movement is at the UN Convention on International Tax Cooperation, the last bit being very important on tax cooperation. So in there, we're hoping, this is not the whole story, there will be three key progressive policy reforms. One is is the exchange of financial account information between jurisdictions without setting onerous conditions on low-income countries to be reciprocal in that. The second one is to set up beneficial ownership registries to identify legal and real owners of all kinds of wealth and assets. And thirdly, to require multinational companies to declare their profits in the country where they're extracting that economic wealth. So those are three reforms that we are looking for in the UN, the discussions on the UN framework for international tax cooperation. It needs a really dramatic shift. It's needed really in terms of political will and international cooperation. And the key about the convention is that it's about international cooperation. It's not an exclusive club. It's about inclusivity, transparency, everyone being at the table. Everyone has one vote. And so we've seen in the negotiations so far that, some people have used that vote badly, I would say. but nevertheless, it's important. The principle is important within the UN Convention that we're fighting for. And a dramatic shift in terms of that political will and international cooperation, which kind of hopefully rejects this obfuscation, opacity, self-interest. So our world is in crisis, and we really need to shift that dial. I think the financing for development piece is an important piece in the sense that it's an opportunity to call for nation states to step up to the UN Convention and to create the terms and the environment for tax sovereignty.
Thank you very much, Liz, for that. Please note down any reactions that you'd like to come in with after our last speaker. Reactions can be questions or thoughts. They can also be poems, songs, chants. We're very open here and accepting of any type of reaction. So plan that as we move to our next speaker. David Archer is the head of programs and influencing with ActionAid International. What a coincidence, David. It's funny, we've never met before. He supports work on system change for climate justice, economic justice, public services, and women's rights at ActionAid, and was co-founder of the Global Campaign for Education, as well as the stakeholder, and was also the stakeholder convener on financing for the UN Heads of State Transforming Education Summit in 2022. David has also recently assumed the role of chair of the European Debt and Development Network, or Eurodad. So David, I've heard you on many occasions talk about tax justice and debt justice and ending austerity, usually in one breath, as a way to ensure sustainable financing of public services. But what is undermining this, and what is needed? What needs to happen for us to build a future that is truly public?
Thank you very much. Is that one? Okay, so lovely to be with you all. For those of you who are waiting for Jason Braganza, who would have been much more articulate than me, I'm afraid he doesn't land until later today. So I'm a sort of substitute for him. Look, I want to talk a little bit about debt and tax and austerity, starting with debt, because look, we have 54 countries in debt crisis. We heard this morning 75 countries are actually spending, 75% of countries are spending more on debt servicing than health, and 50% of countries spending more on debt servicing than education. And this is fundamentally because of a colonial and racist architecture. And I think we need to call it out for being that. One of the critical causes of the scale of the debt crisis is that African countries have to, on average, get charged 9.8% interest on any loan that they take out, compared with Germany that gets loans at 0.8%. And so if you're borrowing money at such high rates, it's no surprise that you are in crisis. Now, the reason for the higher interest rates is that countries in Africa are considered to be high risk. But actually, if you look at the net risk of investing in Africa, it's pretty much zero, because there's an entire global architecture that exists in order to force countries to repay their debts, and that is the International Monetary Fund. So to suggest that countries investing in Africa is a risk when actually the entire architecture exists to enforce those payments is madness. The IMF is 80 years old, over 80 years old, set up at the end of the Second World War. It fundamentally represents the interests of former colonial powers and wealthy countries. The reform of the voting structures has been minimal over the years, and so fundamentally it still exists to advance the interests of wealthy countries. And yet, if we were looking at a big picture of debt, who really owes who is a really big question. There is a climate debt owed by wealthy countries to lower income countries, and any credible calculation of that puts it as massively higher than the debt owed by lower income countries to wealthy countries. The total amount of external debt owed by all low and lower middle income countries is about $1.5 trillion. But the credible calculations of the debt that is owed by wealthy countries to climate vulnerable countries is put at about $107 trillion, considerably more. And yet that is a debt that goes unenforced by any international architecture and goes unpaid. It is, I think, one of the chronic failures of the Financing for Development Conference that we are here to join in the next few days, that despite a very clear, coherent, consistent demand by African nations for a UN Framework Convention on Debt, that it was systematically blocked by Europe, defending their own fundamentally, their own interests. And I think we have to be very careful. I don't think we should be going around saying that we are happy that multilateralism has been saved, when actually we basically saved a toxic, unjust and colonial multilateralism. We need to be fighting for a just and equitable multilateralism, and there were options on the table that could have led there, but the European nations in particular blocked those developments. I think this is actually fundamentally a liberation struggle that enables, that we need to be defending. And the fact that this was blocked so systematically, it is reminiscent of what happened in Addis in 2015, when the key proposition on the table was a UN Framework Convention on Tax. It was blocked, it was removed by the European nations fundamentally, and it took 7 years of messing around with the OECD and a club of rich nations continuing to pretend that they cared about setting fair global tax rules, until the African nations took it to a vote at the UN General Assembly and won the argument for a UN Framework Convention on Tax. We need the same thing to happen on debt, and urgently this year or next year to take this argument to the UN General Assembly, because it will be won at the General Assembly. And as movements concerned with public services or debt or tax or economic justice, we need to be supporting African member states and others who are willing to take that to a vote at the General Assembly. We can't wait for too long. Interestingly, there's one document of the International Monetary Fund that I actually agree with, which was an analysis they did about how do you finance the Sustainable Development Goals. It was a staff paper that was produced, which actually said, well, if you're serious about financing the Sustainable Development Goals, you need to support countries to expand their tax to GDP ratios. We've heard from Liz, most low-income countries have a tax to GDP ratio of average of 16%. And the IMF staff paper analysis said, almost all countries could expand that by 5 percentage points to an average of 21%, quite straightforwardly in the medium term. And if they did that, they could double their spending on education, double their spending on health, and substantially increase spending on other public services. That is what needs to happen. That is what's blocked by the present unjust tax rules, and that's what we need to change with the UN Tax Convention. Sadly, even though this was the IMF's own policy unit who analysed that this was the solution to financing the SDGs, there is not any evidence that they've ever actually recommended that in practice in any of their negotiations with ministries of finance around the world. In fact, rather than recommend expanding tax revenues in order to finance development, we all know what happens instead. They recommend cutting public spending. They recommend, as a default, austerity policies, and that is continuing to happen everywhere in the world. We have, I think it's a cult, it's a weird cult. The Ministry of Finance in so many countries are caught up in this sort of cultish behavior with the International Monetary Fund. There's lots of revolving doors between the IMF, the World Bank, Ministries of Finance, and they all believe that this is the only way to do things, when actually there clearly are alternatives through investing in progressive and gender-responsive tax reforms. When we've done analysis of austerity policies, the one thing which comes through again and again and again is that the centerpiece of austerity policies is to put cuts or put constraints on public sector wage bills. In fact, you know, our analysis shows that that happens again and again in 80% of countries where there is coercive policy advice from the IMF to low and low middle income countries. It is squeeze the public sector wage bill. And they always give the impression, the IMF, when you talk to them, they say, oh, this is about cutting back government bureaucracies. Government spend too much on bureaucrats sitting around. But the largest single group on the public sector wage bill are teachers. The second largest group are health workers. And I want to ask the IMF, and I have asked them, and they never give an answer, who are the bad public sector workers? Are they the firefighters? Are they social workers? Are they care workers? Where are they? Are they sanitation workers? Who are the bad ones that you want to cut? And there's never a credible answer to that question. But systematically in every country we studied, well, certainly in 80%, over 5-6 years at least, there was advice to cut or freeze public sector wage bills. And in every country, they recommended cuts to wage bills, which would take the percentage of GDP spent on the public sector wage bill below the global average and below the regional average. And they've been doing that for 40 or 50 years. So if they're consistently recommending that countries cut the public sector wage bill below the regional and global average, the regional and global averages go down. And bit by bit, you end up with a situation where it's impossible for governments to employ a sufficient number of people in the public sector wage bill in order to finance quality public services. So you're faced with countries, and the other thing we found when we were looking at this is that the IMF never look at the state of public services. They don't ask where are there teacher shortages, are there health sector shortages in setting this guideline. They simply impose it. And so countries, even if you've got desperate shortages of teachers or nurses, can't employ more teachers or nurses. And even if teachers and nurses are barely surviving on a minimum wage, they can't be paid a decent wage in order to attract new workers. So this is really, I think, at the heart of a systemic problem, and it is the power of the IMF and that architecture. And now a UN Framework Convention on Debt would be at the heart of starting to shift that power, because the IMF's power comes from its capacity that arises from countries that are indebted. Countries who are indebted find it very difficult to resist the coercive policy advice of the International Monetary Fund. So if you're in debt, you end up having to comply with that policy advice. And if there was a framework convention on debt which set clear guidelines on responsible lending, responsible borrowing, which set up a clear debt workout mechanism, which didn't put the IMF at the center of things, and which gave creditor and debtor countries a voice in that process, then you would be in a very different reality, and you could actually achieve a much fairer and more just solution, and you would not be caught up with this weird cultish behavior from the IMF and the World Bank. So I do think that this, in many ways, is a fight for sovereignty, and that's why I talk about it as a liberation fight. This is about countries determining for themselves what their economic policy should be, what their social policy should be, and actually it's an undermining of democracy when whoever is in power ends up having to follow that same coercive policy advice. I think we are then at the cusp of a point when countries need to reject that advice, resist that advice, until we get a UN Framework Convention on Debt and other more democratic international architecture. National governments need to be persuaded to resist that coercive advice from the IMF and to declare they have a climate emergency. They need to invest in the climate responses. They have an emergency in public services, have to invest in public services. And if they have a debt, well, quite frankly, they should just pass that debt to the rich countries who owe them much more in their climate debt, a climate debt that goes unpaid and unenforced. I think we are at a pivotal moment. This is a Jubilee year, as David Boyes reminded us, and I think that there is an opportunity to build a sufficiently strong movement now to start to shift things in a serious way. But we cannot accept the failure that is happening in the outcome document that is here. We shouldn't be persuaded, in my view, that we've saved multilateralism. We shouldn't be saving a dysfunctional system. We need fundamental change, and we need to take the arguments to the UN General Assembly and to other spaces, including to COP30 in Brazil. I think there's a real interesting opportunity, a convergence between climate justice movements and debt justice movements around this bigger question of really who owes who. And there is a real opportunity at COP30 to embed a vision of public services and social protection at the core of our understanding of what a just transition looks like. So I think the climate emergency, the climate crisis, helps us to accelerate much more fundamental reform. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, David. Our final intervention comes from Jennifer Grant, who is the International Budget Partnerships Senior Director of International Programs, where she pioneered the SPARK program in 2018 that flips traditional public finance management work on its head by putting excluded communities at the center of budget advocacy and reform coalitions. Jennifer has more than 22 years experience leading large-scale, multi-year international programs on governance and human rights. She was a deputy director at Save the Children International, a human rights advisor for the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, FCO, in Indonesia, human rights advisor to NGOs in Guatemala, senior advisor to Save the Children UK, and lecturer in international law at Sussex University. So Jennifer, you like to include in your work a focus on equitable expenditure that centers marginalized communities. Please share your perspectives on this and share with us what we're called to do in this movement.
Thanks so much. It's a real privilege to be here on this panel and with you all today. It's amazing how often you can be in a public finance space and nobody talks about power or politics or, God forbid, the public. Public finance without the public. I'm going to focus on spend, and I'm going to focus on the role of movements as key fiscal reform actors. We've heard a lot about the current context, high debt, low tax, ODA cuts, and IBP, the International Budget Partnership that I'm representing today, and its partners, works on all of these areas, but I'm going to focus on spend. And why am I going to focus on spend? Well, the FfD didn't, but I'm going to focus on it because we can't assume that even if we increase the fiscal space, even if we increase tax and lower debt repayments, that will automatically mean that we have greater investment in public services. And the reason is that public finance is not neutral. It's a mirror of power, who has it and who doesn't have it. And decisions about where you put your money, regardless of how much you have, is a political negotiation. The truth is that all too often, public finance is a system that creates and perpetuates inequality. It's a highly political space where budget and tax policy reflect where power sits. And so technical solutions will not get us this reform that we need alone. We've got to shift power and we've got to build agency. And the question is, how? I'm going to put forward 6 strategies that the International Budget Partnership and its grassroots movement partners think could help us shift government incentives and vested interests, whether it's around tax or whether it's around spend. The first one is we have to bring new actors into public finance reform. Some of the earlier panels started touching on this issue of mobilization, of why, unlike in the climate world where you do have more movements involved, why that we don't have as many movements and mobilization in public finance. And the truth is, all over the world, we've got grassroots communities who rely on service delivery and have very little voice and visibility in those negotiations, organized at scale, but who don't understand how public finance is relevant to the public service gaps that their communities face. They don't have the tools, they don't have the spaces, they don't have the access to actors in that public finance sector. We work with 2 million smallholder women farmers in Nigeria. We work with 300,000 women fisherfolk in KPPI in Indonesia. And they have not only centered but led highly effective reform coalitions, whether it's in tax or whether it's in spend. Secondly, we have to diagnose power dynamics. Who has it and who doesn't, and how fiscal policies reproduce exclusion. We can then identify the levers, and we can choose reforms that, if we succeed, will shift power in sustainable ways, having impact at scale for communities that need it. Thirdly, we've got to build new governance hubs and decision-making dynamics. We have to build bridges and bring multi-actors together to solve some of these problems. And that does mean government, and SAIs. It does mean private sector providers. It does mean media and movements. Movements shouldn't only have the option to shut down roads and demonstrate and mobilise in that way. They are also governance actors that can be in hubs that make these changes. Fourthly, we have to reframe what counts as evidence and fill gaps. For too long, evidence has been associated with institutions often removed from realities on the ground, and lived experiences are not valued. The people that wait in queues in clinics, the people who know that their children can't access schools, they have crucial service delivery information, and it needs to be institutionalized, and it needs to be used in planning, in budgeting for the implementation of services. And to be honest, it's also data that government often doesn't have. And so it helps to raise the visibility and the credibility of those communities in their negotiations in this sector. And fifthly, we need to shift narratives. We need to expose the myths of temporary services for temporary settlements in South Africa that are 50 or 60 years old. The myth that the poor don't pay tax. The myth that uneducated communities are not able to be effective budget advocates or governance reform actors. I always say, you may need a mechanic sometimes, but you don't need to be a mechanic to drive a car. And you definitely don't need to be an economist to be a really important reform actor in shifting fiscal justice. I want to talk about 3 examples of this work. In South Africa, we work in informal settlements with the Sibakalani, with community facilitators across the country. And they are building multi-actor governance hubs around particular service delivery gaps in water and sanitation. And as a result, since 2020, 9.5 million informal settlement residents have new and improved services. And Johannesburg only recently increased funding to sanitation and informal settlements by 31%. The first increase in that sector in over 4 years. In Indonesia, the Indonesian Association of Women with Disabilities, who have 200,000 members, Rina Prasani is one of their leaders. She was told when she got married, reproductive health is not a concern of yours as a blind woman. You don't need to worry. People like you don't need to worry about reproductive health. Well, her and other women with disabilities in their movement have got changes in 4 provinces of Indonesia around reproductive health care, around accessible services and appropriate and responsive services. We've talked about the care sector in Senegal, and it's great to have Jibril and the Senegalese minister here today. Bajong Goch is an unpaid voluntary group at a huge scale of health volunteers who actually help deliver health services across the country in Senegal. But they have no voice historically in how those health services are planned or how that budget is created. In working with IBP and other partners, they're now involved in monthly district health planning committee meetings. They're now involved in how those services are planned and budgeted for. So to be honest, this is a bit of a call for action. I think we as a sector need to start to work differently. We have to acknowledge that this is a deeply political area, that technical solutions and organisations will not get this reform alone. We have to shift power and engage with movements, recognise them not as stakeholders, not as data collectors only, but as governance actors, as reform actors. You need to fund them, you need to partner with them, you need to consult with them. And we've got to build bridges. We've got to bring multiple actors together to solve these service delivery problems together. We need to institutionalize community-led evidence. We need to create more spaces at local, national, regional, and global levels that make decision-making more inclusive. Where are the movements today? Where are the movements next week? Where will the movements be in HLPF in New York? Where will they be in Doha? They won't be there. And we've got to do more to change that. Transforming how services are financed is not just about reallocating budget lines. We have to redefine how governance works in countries, how decision-making works, how political negotiations land. We need to create a culture of public accountability for public resources that is rooted in lived experience, in collective agency, in grassroots power. And in doing so, we won't just get better services, we'll get more democratic and responsive states. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Public finance is not neutral. It's about power, who has it and who doesn't. Even the baby at the back had a reaction to that earlier. So we have a little time for reactions. And I'll ask my panel to just note down anything that you would like to respond to, whether it's addressed to you directly or not. So please. And Michelle is coming around with a mic.
Thank you very much. Isabel Fry from Oxfam, South Africa. My first question, I won't have that many, is from my colleague from Nigeria. And firstly, thank you for your presentation and congratulations on getting the tax reform bill through. My question as a fellow African is, can you identify one or two catalysts that you think are important if we're looking in other countries to push tax reform legislation through? What do you think worked? I mean, we've heard from other speakers that social movements need to be recognized for their catalytic actors. So just from your own experience, what do you think was really successful in moving that through? And then just to Jennifer, thank you very much. I liked a lot of what you were saying. I mean, coming from South Africa, you work in South Africa, one of our biggest myths is what they call public service delivery protests, which actually are anti-poverty protests which happen, but government refers to them as service delivery protests. So the only way that you hear about this is on the traffic report, where you get told to avoid this protest and take that route. How would you say, in terms of shifting the narratives, we should be framing the kinds of protests that you're seeing from grassroots? If the social movements are the critical actors, I mean, and they are, how do you think we should be framing? Is it greater militancy that's required? How do we seize that power at a collective level? Thank you.
Thank you. Marcella from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, UN. I also have a question for Professor Waleke. First of all, if you can tell us a little bit more about the difficult choices that you had to make in this tax reform, the kind of trade-off that you need to look into, and expand a little bit more on, how the human rights framework sort of provided guidance, for those choices. And the second question is, it's quite refreshing to hear a government experience connecting tax reform with human rights outcomes. This is one of the point that the office has been promoting under the vision of a human rights economy, that we need to start applying international human rights standards to economic choices as well. But again, there's a long way to go, let's say, to get governments to realize that connection. So what would be your advice on building that understanding of the value of bringing human rights into those into the rooms of finance ministries, into the decisions on budgets, the decision on tax? How do you build that political understanding and political will? Thank you.
We can maybe take 2 more questions. Yes.
Thank you to our panelists for the excellent presentations. My name is Annette Nerima. I work with the Kenya Human Rights Commission. Mine is a comment. It cuts across, can be answered. It's a comment, but can also be responded to by any of the panelists. It's with respect to, and also echoing the sentiments of one of our panelists, that when you talk about public finance, it's all about power. And that has always been the missing link. How? Whenever the conditionalities are given to countries, we see that the people are not in the picture. And a good example is that of Kenya. I know many of you who have heard about Kenya's situation last year in 2024. We had public protests against the finance bill of 2024 because every year we generate finance bills which then facilitate the raising of revenues. And the reason is that the conditionalities that were presented, particularly by the IMF, were anti-people. So they were demanding from the Kenyan government to raise revenues, including asking the Kenya government to overtax Kenyans who are already living under high cost of living. So Kenyans were up in arms. They went to the streets, and the finance bill was therefore scrapped. That's just but an example. But also to mention that from the statistics that we have in 2023, for instance, about 16.7% of revenues went into repayment of debt. When it comes to public debt repayment, especially in Africa, we see that over 60% of revenues every year go towards repayment of debt. When you talk about issues to do with recurrent, about 80% of revenues go into repayment of recurrent. But the question is, to the ordinary taxpayer who raise taxes to facilitate recurrent expenditures, debt repayment, what is in it for them? And so for me, I think in terms of even a solution, perhaps from the global level, because we know that decisions that are made at global level have a bearing to the nationals, to the national levels, including in many of the African countries, perhaps we could now start a conversation around rationing. Like what ratios of revenues goes towards development. So for instance, when you talk about 80% going to recurrent, 60 into repayment of debt, what is left? And for a good example would be in Kenya, where you see governments, for instance, because the law allows for them to come up with things they call supplementary budgets to be able to do reallocations within the budget, they would come up with maybe 1, 2, 3 supplementary budgets in a financial year. And most of these monies are taken away from development expenditure, where the ordinary taxpayer cares about, where investment towards health, education goes. So we see that at the end of every financial year, the sectors, the development sectors that facilitate realization of human rights are the ones that are affected. So perhaps we need a conversation around ratios that in Africa and also globally, there is a percentage of revenues that have to strictly go towards investment in the development expenditure. Thank you.
Okay, one last question there.
There's one behind you as
well. Where?
There's 2 more.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentations. My name is Janet Palafox. I'm based in New York, but I'm actually an Australian. You probably know of the issues in Australia about taxation and the privatization of our public service. But my question is in relation to changing the narrative. How do we change a narrative, particularly in relation to the middle class who feels that they're overtaxed already, but they're not getting the public service because it's been privatized? How do you change the narrative in a situation we have currently where the main media is owned by billionaires?
Okay, the last one over here.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak in French.
Un peu de français dans la salle, donc.
A bit of French in the room, right? so that interpreters can switch languages. Well, thank you very much. Anjubun Nadam. I am the head for regional programs in the French-speaking Africa. I am working with Ms. Jenny from IDB Global. First of all, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank David Archer for defending so clearly and boldly African countries when talking about multilateralism. We need to tackle the issue of debt at a continental level, and this is a challenge that is very dear to our hearts, and it affects us because we are being dumped in debt. We are being swallowed by debt. We need to rethink the relationship that the IMF has with our countries because we are exposed. As you all know, and here I'm talking about Senegal, we know that every time that a new government comes in, this government needs to tackle a debt. And that debt needs to be repaid. Otherwise, we will have no resources. In your experience, do you think there is a sort of common feeling in Africa? I mean, is there some sort of common understanding, in your opinion, in Africa? Are we being able to challenge the global order in your experience? How do you think we should organize ourselves better? What sort of narrative should we put forward? I'm not even talking about condoning debt. What are the measures that we need for countries to be able to continue working, for Africans to be able to survive regardless of the debt that we need to repay? But thank you for your support, and thank you for your defense of African countries. This is very much needed.
Non, juste quelques secondes. Et pour prolonger, je vais parler aussi en français.
I'm also going to speak in French. And I would like to follow the same line of my colleague. With regards to the Global South and Global South countries, I come from Senegal. What strategy do you think we could create at a systemic global collective level? What strategy could we adopt beyond opposing ourselves to the Western world? What sort of view should we have from a financial perspective? Can we carry out common actions that would bring together countries in the Global South? How can we have an impact and face the World Bank and the IMF and Western countries? What sort of attitude should we adopt? I know that there is a bank in Shanghai that we could go to, but what else do we have? What other options do we have?
15 seconds to answer. To answer all those. We'll start with Jennifer and then just come down the line. I think you've noted down what you'd like to respond to, and then we will close. Please.
Yeah, and we'll probably split a lot of the questions as well. I'll mainly focus on the question from South Africa. I mean, I think, you know, I'm the first to say that the right to protest is an absolutely it really hugely important right, and it's something that is under threat across the world. But I think, we also need to get away from the idea that that's the only tool that movements should have in their toolbox for reform and change. So, you know, we work with movements who historically, you know, to get things done that they needed, would close down roads, would burn tires, would, you know, and you know, they may have got some short-term wins. They were often very discretionary, easily rolled back. Sometimes they didn't get short-term wins, and they were in this kind of very kind of confrontational experience. And actually, you know, why shouldn't they be brought into the room? Why shouldn't they, where the decisions are being made? Why are they having to throw stones at the system from the outside? And I think that, you know, if you take South Africa as an example, some of the movements in a Sivakalani, you know, they're now they've gone from, you know, that to in governance hubs that have got this 9.2 million new services, but are also reforming the procurement system in South Africa. You know, and they didn't get it by going, let's reform the procurement system in South Africa. They got it by saying, why do I not have clean water in my settlement? Oh, it's actually because of a problem with the way budgets are formulated, the way private services are delivered, and the procurement tendering process, and a lack of accountability. And in being involved in, you know, it's not that they can't still protest, but they now have these additional tools, and it's changed the way they view themselves and the tools they have in their toolbox, and it's changed the way government, Metro government in South Africa, views them as partners for reform. So I think it's really important that they are seen as governance reform actors and not just as disruptors from the outside. I think in terms of tax, it's funny, at lunch we were having this conversation about the middle classes and tax, and I think, you know, we really need to look at where the problem lies, and we often put it in the wrong places. You know, I think that, you know, we need to be very, very clear about where the rich put their money, how little they're taxed, the burden on the poor, and I think we need to kind of reframe it for democratic space. And I think in terms of the minister's point about what can be done, and there'll be more detailed answers to this, but I think just like coalitions, movements at scale and coalitions within countries can help build this countervailing power, I think the same has to happen at the global level. The truth is, the inequities we see at the national level in tax decisions and spending decisions are only replicated at the global level. Who has power, who doesn't, you know, and so that building these coalitions of countries that can take on other countries more effectively, I think is only ever more important than it is now.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, no, it's all about coalitions and movements. I absolutely with that, and people's movements in different countries, and strengthening the connections between movements. And I think one of the exciting things is the level of convergence between public service movements and different public services, which hasn't happened enough between health and education and water and energy and transport and other sectors. And we're beginning to see that happen. We need to see more of it, and bridging to tax and debt and austerity and feminist movements and youth movements. I think there is a convergence. There's lots of opportunities. Individual action is not going to change things. And this holds very true on the question of debt. Individual countries standing up and saying, I'm not going to pay my debt. Well, we know what happens. You end up either as a pariah state isolated from the global community, or you get assassinated, as happened with Thomas Sankara when he stood up for a collective debt cancellation. This is serious. I mean, this is what happens to people who really are bold and stand up alone. So it has to be collective. Now, the big lesson from the Jubilee campaign of 2000, which led to debt cancellation of $100 billion in 2005, which everyone celebrated as a success, is it's not enough to cancel the debt, because 20 years on, we're in more chronic debt crisis. You have to change the system. How do we change the system? Well, there is an opportunity, and it is collective action across states. And that is the opportunity of the Africa group at the UN. Interestingly, not the African Union so much boldly, because that's there's nervousness there, but Africa group at the UN that pushed a vote at the UN General Assembly for a UN tax convention. That is the group that has been bold in calling for a UN framework convention on debt at this FFD, which was crushed and defeated by Europe to defend their power and their interest. It is all about power, absolutely. Let's be very clear about that. But there is an opportunity for that same constituency, working with other progressive member states collectively to demand reform through a UN General Assembly where every country has a vote, and when a majority vote will win the day, as it did on tax and as it will on debt, if we can sustain the momentum of this moment.
I'll be brief, yeah. I suppose maybe most usefully I can add to what David and Jennifer said and pick up this issue of power. Because I do think coalitions are important. And I do think in terms of power, it's really important that we analyze, who has that power, why they have got that power, how do they keep that power, etc., etc. And that kind of needs to be continually unpicked and understood. And it goes to the question of the woman who talked about from Australia in the back, because I do think understanding that and the different actors that have power, like we've talked about the financial institutions, but the media professional enablers who set up anonymous companies. And David also talked about coalitions that are really important. We've got to be prepared and remember, civil society, that there is another coalition. It's the coalition of the wealthy, and they're working together to bring down the narrative that we're trying to build up. And I think that's an important element of what we have to do as civil society.
Thank you so much. I got most of the questions, so I'll be spending additional time. Yeah, starting with the the first speaker from South Africa. Yes, our tax reforms, you can say, have been largely successful. For me, the key success factor has to do with the fact that the approach was a bottom-up approach. We didn't just develop the document, and send to Parliament for for their for them to pass. It was very inclusive. In that committee, we had even the representative of students. The president of the Students' Task Club in Nigeria, was a member. We had membership drawn from even the organized private sector. The president of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. You had the DG of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Okay, the NGOs, even the subnationals were there. The governors forum also sent representatives. So it was an inclusive, committee. And of course, that explained why it took time. We started in 2023. You can see the time we're just finishing. And that's why when it was ready, Parliament didn't have any, qualms passing the bill. And of course, the president also gave assent. It's also important to note that it had the backing of the president. So political will of the leader is also very important. Once the president is determined to do that, and is an all-inclusive thing, of course, the president has power. She talked about political power to, influence many, governors of nationals to, support it. So today it's been a success. Now to the second question, difficult choices, yes. Yes, I would say not all our recommendations were accepted, but I would say over 90%. So that's why I said it's largely successful. One of the ones that was not accepted was our intention, of course, using numbers, the research that we did. We wanted to rebalance our tax system more in favor of indirect taxes. By the way, she was my quiz partner. You didn't give us the result of the quiz. We answered most of the questions correctly. So as I said, we tried to rebalance it in favor of indirect taxes, which she talked about. We wanted to increase the value-added tax from the current 7.5% to 10% initially, because VAT in Nigeria is one of the least in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm sure you all know if your country is, if you pay VAT in your country, I'm sure even in Senegal, I'm sure VAT in Senegal is higher than that of Nigeria. Our own is just 7.5. Many countries around us, sub-Saharan average in Africa is around 15%. So we wanted to make our tax system competitive, increase the VAT slightly, and also, on the other hand, reduce companies' income tax. Our companies' income tax is also high, relatively high, compared to our, sub-Saharan Africa, average. Ours is 30% for large companies. So we reduced it by a recommendation to 25%, and then recommended an increase in VAT to 10%. But there was pushback because as I said, inflation rate is high in Nigeria, and people felt if you increase VAT, inflation rate will rise the more. So the governors again, didn't. So that is the aspect that I would say in terms of difficult choices, we didn't really get for now. But majority of our recommendations, I can tell you, went through. And finally, again on the question you asked, how do we mainstream human rights, into the budgeting process? Issues to do with education, health, and so on. These issues that promote human rights. When the third speaker was, talking, my sister over there, she said something, and I was saying she was actually speaking to, the question you asked. In Nigeria, for example, we have the Fiscal Responsibility Act that says, talking about debt, that if you borrow, the borrowing must go to capital projects and human capital development. But we realize that when we prepare budgets in Nigeria and say capital projects, they lump so many things under capital projects, including the non-developmental portion. As a matter of fact, in that committee, I chaired the subcommittees on budget reforms, and debt reforms. Okay, in the case of budget, we recommended exactly what she said. A certain percentage must be, maintained. Okay, we had a minimum threshold, you must spend on human capital development. In this case, education and health. Okay, and for capital projects, we said you don't have to say, for example, when you want to buy cars, okay, cars are grouped under capital when we are doing budget. But of course, we know that when you purchase cars, they are not really developmental projects, especially when those cars are just used by government officials, to do whatever they're doing. So we said developmental portions should also have a minimum that you must put there. So how do you mainstream? It's simply to also use this minimum, use floors to say, as far as this sector is concerned, don't spend below this. Okay, so that is one way we have also recommended that, in the reforms, because the reforms, let me conclude here. What has been, what the president has now assented to, what is now law are the tax reforms. We have also made recommendations with respect to budget and the debt, management, because the committee is actually a committee on fiscal policy, and fiscal policy comprises not just the tax, but also debt and spending, or the budget aspect. So we'll have a whole lot of gamut recommendations. So those ones will be in the next phase of the reforms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've gone a little bit over time, so I will only just thank the panel, Uche, Liz, David, Jennifer. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Excuse me. Thank you for sticking with us for the last panel of the day. Depending on which drafts of the agenda you have, you might think that this is being moderated by my colleague Lama Fakih or Sivan Aubry, but it's actually me, Sarah Sadoun. Unfortunately, Lama was not able to join. She's based in Lebanon, and her flights were repeatedly canceled due to very unfortunate circumstances. And so I will be moderating this last panel of the day. So today we heard about the depths of the challenges we face, as well as a vision for an alternative that can take the world in a better direction. We heard about how chronic austerity and underspending on public services is driving privatization and deprivation, and how extractive tax and debt systems are underpinning a world in which the rich are getting ever richer, while the vast majority of people are forced to make do with even less. And we've also heard a bit about how this assault on economic, social, and cultural rights is happening within a context of rising authoritarianism and unconscionable war crimes, including the unfolding crimes against humanity and acts of genocide we are seeing in Gaza. But we also heard the concrete policies that can pave the way for something different: universal and quality public services. We heard about fixing broken tax and debt systems to enable public financing.
We heard about promoting strong trade unions, pushing back against harmful policy advice from and conditionalities from international financial institutions, about tackling corruption, tax abuse, and illicit financial flows, about controlling corporate power and elite capture, about confronting the power of unaccountable private equity firms, about women's participation in policymaking processes to properly value care work, to name a few. This panel will focus on the how. What are the upcoming opportunities to make this alternative vision a reality? One of the things that gives me hope in what can be an otherwise bleak landscape is a convergence of social movements around these issues, which is evident in this panel. The fight for tax and debt justice, the fight for climate justice, the fight for development, the fight for feminist economies, the fight to decolonize the global economic system, the fight for human rights. It's all the same fight. It's one fight. And so it is my pleasure to introduce the speakers and ask them to share with us their view on how we can implement the wins we have achieved, including at FfD, and how to continue the fight for what we have not yet won. We have with us Evelyn Wendo, the Senior Policy Officer on Tax and International Financial Architecture at the Tax Justice Initiative Africa. We have Maria Ron Balsero, who's the Executive Director for the Center for Economic and Social Rights. We have Marcella Favretto, who's the Chief of the Sustainable Development Section of the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. And we have Rebecca Thiessen, who's the Global Advocacy Lead for the Climate Action Network International. I will now hand over the mic to Evelyn Wendo to share with us her thoughts on these issues.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I think you've done a great job pronouncing our names. I know that sometimes it's not easy to pronounce the names from people who come from a very diverse background. So great job, considering that you didn't have much preparation. I think you've also set the context for this session quite well, that this is about looking not only at this last stage of the FfD4 process, but also beyond, and connecting it with other processes. And so the other multilateral process that I'll be discussing during this panel will be the UN Tax Convention process. So currently we have an intergovernmental process that has already begun and is already happening on essentially establishing a UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation, as well as two protocols, one being on a protocol on the taxation of cross-border services in a digitalized and globalized world, as well as a protocol on tax dispute prevention and resolution. Very lengthy names, but in short, we call it the UN Tax Convention. And the importance of this process for public services is the fact that the reality is tax is the most sustainable source of financing for development. Unlike the common narrative that we hear about global South countries, and particularly lower income countries, it is not aid that funds our public services. It is actually tax. We are taxpayers. I am a taxpayer. We are all taxpayers, especially within the global South countries. And indeed, the Education Finance Watch report, showed that in lower income countries, which are supposed to be the poorest countries within the world, 61% of the financing for education came from the government, and that is tax. In lower middle income countries, that was around 70-something%. And ODA only contributed around 12% of the education financing in lower income countries. So that shows you the importance of our taxes, and it shows you the potential of our taxes to fund our public services. As a Kenyan taxpayer, I know, for instance, that I benefited from a public education system. We were the very first generation, actually, and here we are. Actually, throughout primary education to my higher education, I was a beneficiary of, to a certain extent, subsidized education or just completely free education. But then the challenge that we're facing as developing countries is we aren't effectively raising adequate revenue. And the reason for that is the international tax system. We cannot tax multinational enterprises that operate in our countries effectively without cooperating with other jurisdictions on this. And the thing is, when they were developing the international tax system, when they were developing international tax rules, most of our countries within the global south, and particularly within Africa, did not have political independence. So we weren't even at the negotiating table in the first place. So they developed rules that benefit residence countries or capital exporting countries. In other words, global north countries who are the ones who export capital. And so the challenge is, to this day, those rules have never been adjusted in order to be more reflective of the realities of developing countries and global south countries generally. And so what happened, and this actually was because of FfD4, what happened is that there was a call from FfD4 for a UN intergovernmental process on international tax cooperation so that the international tax system can be more inclusive and therefore more effective, particularly for global south countries. Now, I do have to say, just like the FfD4 process, we did not have the outcome document explicitly saying that we are going to start an intergovernmental process on international tax cooperation. As much as civil society at the time campaigned for a UN tax convention, this was one of our losses. But then the very important lesson that we have to take from that experience is that despite the fact that it did not turn out in the document, in the outcome document, it gave us a certain political momentum that we were able to build on. Because what happened is African ministers went back to the continent, and in 2022, they called for a UN intergovernmental process for a UN tax convention and for a UN tax body. So that happened in May 2022. A couple of months later in December, you had the African group within the UN Second Committee table a resolution to essentially make the UN the place where we could have an inclusive and effective forum for international tax cooperation. So that was the first step. After that, we got the UN Secretary General to look at the state of the international tax system. And for the first time, we had a report coming from the UN, which essentially acknowledged what civil society has been saying for years, that we need to change the international tax system. And as a result, we started negotiations on a UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation in 2025. And that was years of work. If you think about it, that was 10 years, a whole decade. It took a whole decade for us to get where we're getting to. So the reason why I'm also emphasizing on this is because this can be a blueprint for action on other aspects of the outcome document. I know, for instance, some of our colleagues who work on debt justice are very disheartened because we were hoping for an intergovernmental process to begin from this FfD4 process, but we've seen that they've watered down the language, right? But we should not allow ourselves to lose heart or to lose momentum on this. This is our opportunity as the Global South, as Africa, as Latin America, as Asia, to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way of gaining momentum on this and pushing for this process. It's not a time for us to give up. Because the reality is the situation in a lot of our countries is untenable. I also come from Kenya, and we've had demonstrations. Even getting to the airport on Wednesday was such a struggle because economic justice has become a human rights issue. Everyone is feeling it. Senegal, Togo, all these countries are where, sorry. It's because of the churro. Anyway, all these countries are countries where you're seeing a social movement start happening because of the economic injustices that we're facing. So as civil society, and as people who've been working on these issues, one of the actionable items that we can take from this process is we need to go back to our countries, and we need to go back, particularly for the Global South, and find ways of building solidarity and of putting more effort into this momentum in order to call for an intergovernmental process for other issues within the outcome document so that we can get something tangible. Because at the end of the day, the FfD outcome document is not binding. But this intergovernmental processes do lead to binding instruments. The other thing is we should not forget the process that's happening within the UN Tax Convention. At the very least, what the FfD4 has helped us is to map out the blockers and our allies in the process for the UN Tax Convention. So in August, we'll have the very first round of substantive negotiations. So we also need to be present for that, and we need to keep pushing for our interests at every step. Let us not tire out. Like I said, it took 10 years to get here. And so it's very easy to lose hope and to get tired, considering, for instance, the difficult geopolitical context that we're in. But we need to be there to support our member states. As global North countries, we also need to call out our states who are blockers of these processes. And I believe that together we will be here 10 years later, God willing, celebrating the success of these processes and what we've managed to do throughout. I respected my time, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Evelyn, for that. I think the UN tax treaty process is really one of the most hopeful opportunities on the horizon. So I really appreciate you laying that out. And in the spirit of converging movements, I will mention that Human Rights Watch just published an analysis of every reference to tax by UN human rights treaty bodies. We have that outside, and welcome you to take one. But something that really emerged really clearly for me throughout listening to the panels throughout the day is the very close relationship between tax justice and debt justice. And the UN tax treaty is a fight that has been won thanks to the hard work of Evelyn and others. And I'm very happy to bring Maria into this conversation to talk about the next fight that we will win, which is the UN on debt.
Thank you very much. Is this working? It's not live? Is there something I need to press? Oh, this one. Okay. Why not? Thank you. Thank you very much, particularly to the organizers and to the previous speakers as well. As it's such an honor to be in this panel. I just continue talking. Like with friends and people that I deeply respect and admire. And as Evelyn was saying, this is key, right? And at CSR, at the Center for Economic and Social Rights, the organization I represent, we normally talk about fiscal justice. And that is because we talk about tax. I think it's working now. Thank you, Evelyn. Yeah. Okay. And debt justice. And it is about economic justice. And these are not technical issues, right? They really affect everyone's lives. So this is about how to raise and spend money, right? When we are talking about fiscal justice. And these government decisions, they really impact what's available, for whom, and where, right? And this, as we have heard from some of the speakers before, particularly those that represent the government, these are not easy decisions. Because what we see is that there is extreme pressures for all governments, but particularly for global South governments, to give, really like tax incentives, to really lower the minimum corporation tax, and to particularly pay their debt. I don't know whether you were here before, but we were talking about this pressure of always like paying their debt from the IMF, from the impact that it would have if you default, and by not defaulting on debt, payments, they are actually defaulting on development, they are actually defaulting on their human rights obligations. And this cannot happen. Debt repayment can never trump human rights obligations. Okay, so can we make that clear from the beginning? And this is key, right? And that's why it is so important when we are talking about the FfD4. Also, I've been asked to talk about the G20. Before, we have been hearing about the advances that we managed, particularly for the G20 in Brazil. Our colleague Camila was talking about some of these, and these were particularly on taxing the super rich. At CSR, we did some analysis, we did some consultations in terms of lessons learned. This had to do not only with the political will of the government of Brazil, but also by bringing and harnessing the power of academic, of civil society, and bringing them together, right, to coalesce around this particular topic. This is building momentum. This is also something which is definitely not rivaling the UN Tax Convention, although I know that there was like a few months ago, we were talking about what the optional protocol should be and whether it should be on taxing the super rich or illicit financial flows. We have been moving on from that, but this is something that also our colleagues from Oxfam have been pushing for. But in terms of what can the G20 in South Africa, for the first time in an African country, do? This, you would think this is the perfect opportunity to be talking about debt, right? This is the Jubilee year, this is the FfD4 year, and this is the G20 in South Africa. So why are things not happening? Please put your hand up if you are from the IEJ or you are from a South Africa organization. Well, you know, Ramaphosa, right? is not the most convinced, person to be pushing for this agenda of taxing the super rich. We also know that in governments, it's quite difficult what the Minister of Foreign Affairs says. Sometimes it's a lot more progressive than what the Minister of Economy or Finance would say. So we really need to be building those bridges at the same time that we need to be building bridges among ourselves and be bringing this cross-sectoral mobilization, because we cannot be talking about debt justice or tax justice and separate it from public services. Everything needs to be coming together. And particularly, we cannot be adding gender at the end or climate at the end. And I'm sure that Rebecca will be talking more about the need for financing climate justice. But particularly debt, this is crippling societies, right? And this is affecting everyone. And debt is also the consequence of not raising domestic resources because of taxes, because of the lack of progressive taxation. And there is some space at domestic level, but a lot of it is being imposed by an international financial architecture that is not fit for purpose, or at least is not fit for the purpose of actually upholding human rights, or of actually protecting the planet so the next generation can live with the same levels of dignity. So this is something that we need to change, because maybe the international financial architecture is actually working very well by those who actually drafted it. And we were talking about the colonial legacies before, right? And I really don't want to be talking about the global north versus global south, because this is very much about those investors that are getting richer and richer, are getting more and more power, right, against everyone else. So it's not really going to be helping us. Of course, the global south has been really suffering from the colonial legacies, from an extractivist economy that continues happening today. And particularly the debt, the current debt infrastructure is actually replicating and exacerbating these problems. So I'm just going to give you some numbers, and for that I'm going to read, because I don't tend to memorize them all. But just over the past decade, debt levels in developing countries have surged at an alarming rate, in the sense that low and middle income countries now owe $11.4 trillion, which is 90% of their export earnings, right? And in Africa, that has consistently outpaced the GDP growth for over a decade already. And this, it was mentioned before, but the cost of borrowing is huge. So it's not only a matter of access to capital, but also repayment. And we know that, that in Africa, they have to pay 12 times higher in terms of the interest than Germany. And also because of the currency fluctuations, and most of the debt is actually owned in US dollars, that also penalize these countries even more. When we were talking about just like the risk of defaulting or even questioning this debt architecture, it really gets penalized in terms of credit rating. This is a huge problem. The fact that the credit rating companies are private, deeply corrupt. We desperately need a public rating independent agency. And the Africa one actually has some potentials. Also, is this inequitable and extractive financial system was exacerbated particularly during the global financial crisis in 2008 with the recession that followed and the private capital that flooded into low and lower middle income countries in search of higher returns, because as David was saying before, they actually make a lot of money and it's really secure in that sense. And it was offered under poor terms, complete lack of transparency, and obviously no human rights or gender impact assessment. And this was harbinger in the development of the billions to trillions narrative. I'm sure that you have all heard about these things. So I'm going to go, I have seen the time, so I'm going to start going into some of the recommendations. What can we be doing? And definitely, we really need to be learning some of the lessons of what has worked in terms of the UN Tax Convention in that sense. Because, and for me, the most important thing is that we don't separate it and that we see that this financial crisis is ultimately a human rights crisis. And a lot of the solutions can actually be built on the human rights law that is already in place, which is binding, legally binding. So this is not about reinventing the wheel. And particularly harvesting the maximum available resources, progressive realization, non-discrimination, and extraterritorial obligations. I'm going to echo some of the financing for development civil society mechanism demands for a UN debt convention. And they need to establish a fair and transparent multilateral sovereign debt resolution mechanism in order to deliver faster, fairer, and more orderly debt restructuring and cancellation for borrowing countries. Second, the binding principles of responsible sovereign lending and borrowing. A new approach to debt sustainability framework and analysis. Automatic debt service cancellation mechanisms that protect global south countries from extreme climate, environmental, economic, health, food, and security shocks. Major jurisdiction to pass domestic legislation to limit holdout creditors and facilitate effective debt restructuring. Strengthen measures to curb corrupt lending and borrowing, including through fully utilizing the UN Nations Convention Against Corruption, and binding a single global debt registry, independent from creditors to promote transparency. Right? And together, these reforms could constitute a right-based, just, and sustainable financial governance framework capable of addressing historic inequalities, protecting essential public services, and enabling genuine democratic and policy choices. Just to conclude, this is the moment to act. This is the moment to reclaim a substantive and meaningful multilateralism for people and the planet. We should ensure that this FfD4 lays the foundation for a just, inclusive, and rights-based global economy, one that renews trust, delivers fairness, and secures a sustainable future for all. FfD4 must mark the start of a new era, one where finance serves people, rights come before profits, and multilateralism works for all, because the future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. I particularly appreciated how concrete your recommendations were, and also the focus on G20 as a really critical advocacy opportunity. I want to bring Marcella into this conversation to talk about the Second World Summit for Social Development. The point was made throughout the day, particularly strongly by Jennifer from the International Budget Partnership, that the point of raising revenues is to spend them in a way that actually improves people's lives. FFD focuses on the financing side, but we have a real opportunity with the on the spending side and the outcome side. So please, love to hear your thoughts on that.
It's working. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sarah, and thanks for this opportunity, to provide our perspective, not only on the summit on social development, but also on the question, how do we sort of optimize the commitments, the positioning of member states that we see in different platforms, including the Human Rights Council, which we follow and support in Geneva, to advance language and to advance the agenda. So I'll start with the summit, and then I'll go into a few observations for a discussion in the room. First of all, I mean, this year has a concentration of very important multilateral moments that really will give us important outcomes, to build on our advocacy, our support to states, our advancing human rights, including economic, social, and cultural rights at the country level. And the Social Development Summit for sure is one. FfD4, we engaged extensively with the text that was negotiated with FfD4, advising on language. Obviously, we wanted to get strong human rights content. We wanted to see recognition of this connection between human rights and financing for development, but I'll come back to it later. So for the Social Development Summit is really the same level of priorities. There's a lot at stake in terms of reinvigorating commitments to the social dimension of sustainable development and making sure that human rights obligations by states provide guardrails, provide guidance, provide really the kind of direction that we believe is needed to ensure inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development. We see things moving in the right direction. I don't know how many of you have seen the latest draft, but there's a very good level of human rights commitments and content in the draft that is being discussed now. And of course, I mean, the negotiations are still ongoing, and on our side we are producing recommendations on language on right to development. We're producing recommendations on civic space. There's certainly space to have a stronger language on protection of human rights defenders, those who are in the front lines to protect labor rights, environment. So there's really an important component there. Beyond GDP is an extremely important dimension for us. This commitment in the path for the future to develop new metrics beyond GDP, but then in defining these new metrics, how do we ensure that some key essential human rights indicators can be included in that thinking. And there are issues around language on climate. So it's not over. It's still ongoing, and we know that we can count on the support of a good number of member states who really want a human rights strong dimension in those commitments. But so I'm coming to the second point that I want to highlight here today. That's one common thread, if you want, of our engagement in this FfD4 Social Development Summit COP this year has been highlighting this connection between human rights and economic policy making, human rights and financing for development. Trying to get language that recognize that connection, which is obvious, I guess, in this room. We all are convinced, but it's far from being obvious outside this room. And I get questioned, what is OHCHR doing at FfD4, and even at the Human Rights Council, I have to say that session is ongoing. It's still the case that when we have discussions on development debt, reforms of the international financial architecture, there are some states who take the floor and they state that these are not human rights issues, that this is not the platform where these issues should be discussed. While we know very well, and again, I'm speaking to converted here, that domestic economic choices have huge repercussions on human rights and financing for development. So when you look at the domestic and the international financial side, we're really talking about enormous influence on the ability of states to deliver on human rights. So the human rights economy vision, that again here there are, Maria is an example. Here there are civil society organizations that have been campaigning, conceptualizing, advocating for years. So the human rights economy vision is really about making that connection and making it clear that there are very specific actionable recommendations, requirements in the human rights framework when it comes to budgeting, when it comes to taxation, when it comes to aspects of economic policy making. But the question is, where do you see that happening in practice? Where do you see budget processes where staff in finance ministry really look at the requirement in the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights of maximizing available resources for progressive realization, ensuring no retrogression, ensuring no discrimination. So how do we make sure that those requirements actually move from nice to have type of aspirational goals to be perceived as what they are, which is part of the rule of law, legally binding obligations, and really requiring a clear action, and integration into processes, mechanism, and accountability mechanism, at the country level. And this is really the essence of the human rights economy. And when it comes to financing for development, it's the whole issue of, as you very well explained, Maria, how the dysfunctional debt architecture that we have now is seriously constraining, affecting the ability of state to deliver on human rights, but also the other way around, how human rights provide useful solutions to reform, and make sure that global debt architecture, those processes, those mechanisms are proactively supporting the realization of human rights and the SDGs. So that sustainability, how do you integrate human rights in a sense of how do you make sure that you protect the fiscal space for human rights in that sustainability assessment, in the way that restructuring processes are conceived and implemented. So the good news is, because I think we're looking for good news here, is that there has been really growing traction among member states at the Human Rights Council on the human rights economy. We have seen a number of resolutions integrating, not only referring to the human rights economy, but really unpacking what is behind aligning economic policy making with international human rights standards. And the reason I'm saying it here is because that language reflects a commitment, a positioning by member states that can be leveraged in other platforms. It can be leveraged in negotiations in New York. It can be leveraged in the G20, and the question is how to bridge those processes, how to get to know about that content, I guess, and how to really optimize it, for advocacy and in other platforms. For instance, on tax, there has been really a much more systematic engagement and interest and focus by the Human Rights Council, and at the session, not this one, but the previous session, there was a joint statement led by Honduras and embraced by Spain and several other countries on human rights, tax justice, and the UN Tax Convention, which is also a priority file for the Office of the High Commissioner, because we advocated together with those in the room about integrating human rights in the principles of the convention and making sure that the all human rights framework, some specific and very important requirements of the human rights framework get leveraged and reflected in the text, because we believe that they can really help states achieve the objective of that convention. And if you want to look at, for instance, at the most recent ESCR resolution, the one of April 2025, lots of good language in it, also speaking to the issues that we're discussing here. And behind every resolution, there are states who co-sponsor, sponsor, lead. So these are important commitments that one can really leverage for political advocacy. I think I'll stop here, so we have time also for question and answer. But maybe just few seconds, a reminder that we've just issued a podcast on the human rights economy with 6 episodes. High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, is featured there, and others who are featured in the podcast are very well-known economists that I'm sure that you follow, because they've been very active in proposing an economy that put people and the planet at the center of choices, like Griff Chelwa. He has actually an episode on debt, SDGs and austerity, Kate Raworth, Jayati Ghosh, Mariana Mazzucato. So and it's on Spotify. So we really encourage you to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcella. Well, a lot in there. I really appreciated your mention of moving beyond GDP and a fixation on growth, because I think so much of what we're talking about today is driven by a perverse incentive structure of our current economic system. And a big component of that is this fixation on growth without regard to the distribution or the use of those resources. Also, I mean, when you see people ask, like, what does this have to do with human rights, which is, of course, a question we get as well. I think it's really important to be clear about what's behind that, right? Which is that people do not see that these decisions impact people, right? Otherwise, the relationship with human rights would be clear, and therefore they're making decisions without regard for the consequences. And I, of course, really appreciated you mentioning the human rights economy, which is something that Human Rights Watch works on a lot along with others here, and highly recommend the podcast series. It's excellent. Rebecca is here to remind us that in addition to rising inequality, we also have a burning planet. And so we need to transform our economic systems, not only to address inequality, but to also address the environment. But that also means that the spaces for fighting for climate justice are also spaces for fighting for economic justice. So please, Rebecca.
Thanks so much. And I'm really sorry to be the last one after a very long day, so I'll try to keep it brief. So yeah, I'm just back actually from the climate negotiation. So you may know that between 2 COPs, we have those kind of intersessionals to discuss things at the more technical level. So that's why I look maybe a bit tired, but I'll try to connect what I've been hearing there with the conversation we've been having today. So first, very clear, like any other international space, COPs, the climate negotiation, need like a real deep transformation, because they have to we have to question their relevancy in the current context, particularly the current geopolitical storm. And I think that's really driving us into a more fundamental question of where do we move forward? Because for Evelyn, you were saying it's a decade after the UN Tax Convention discussion started. We are 10 years after the adoption of the Paris Agreement. So I think it's really a moment to take stock of where this climate conversation is at and where we need to be moving, connecting, of course, with other crises. So I won't be painting a very doomed context, but just a few elements for you to have in mind when we talk about the climate crisis at this exact moment. First, we are facing a global inertia, right? And specifically coming from historical emitters. You may know that the vast majority of fossil fuel investment are still in the hand of 4 countries: Norway, Australia, the US, and Canada. So that's the reality of the world today. We've been hearing a lot of, pro-climate speeches. Well, maybe a bit less nowadays, but, the Global North positioning itself as, the defender for multilateralism and the climate ambition. But the reality is that we're facing a huge hypocrisy, and the ones who are actually the first emitters and the first responsible for the climate crisis are still the ones who are fueling it. That's one. Second, finance flows, and that's directly linked to the conversation around the broken international financial architecture, are still fueling the climate crisis rather than investing in ways and measures to tackle it. And third, the cost of inaction are rising and impacting first the most vulnerable people and communities, and of course having detrimental impacts on public services and increasing inequalities both within countries and between countries. So that's the context we are in when we question how is this climate regime still adequate and what needs to be really transformed. So leaving Bonn just a day ago, I want to share with you some reflection that are actually very connected with what my co-panelists were discussing and also what happened in FfD4, specifically in the last weeks. So one, what we've been seeing in the climate negotiation are totally connected with what I've been hearing from the panelists, the power imbalances that are at play and the real need for us to build strong coalition that are centering justice. Because to be very frank, justice is being ignored and sidelined. So it's not even just a nice to have anymore. It's something that we just don't want to address anymore because it's seen as inefficient or off topic. And I'm happy to detail you the tactics we've been seeing at play, the different strategies coming from specifically global North countries, and also the shrinking civic space we are facing in the context of this process. So that's something we have to be very clear about and intentional in the pushback against those trends. Second, public finance is now something that is contentious. So you may know that in the international climate regime, there is an obligation recognized, and everybody signed to it, that developed countries, that's how we call them in that space, so global North countries have the obligation to provide public climate finance to support developing countries to invest in mitigation, so just energy transition system, in adaptation, and to cope with loss and damages. So that's a legal obligation. However, bit by bit, years after year, summit after summit, we've been that obligation being diluted and eroded. And it's not a coincidence, right? This is part of a plan of, again, those historical emitters not willing to be obliged to fulfill those kind of commitments. And we've been hearing so many kind of, very well embedded narrative on their side. One, they can't afford it anymore. Sorry, we don't have public budget to invest in climate finance. Same for ODA, right? Well, actually, they just agreed to top up the 5% GDP to invest in defense and military spending by 2035, right? So the hypocrisy is so clear. We also hear a lot that there is not enough public finance, but we should really rely on the private sector to cope with that gap. But not only that's not happening in real life, we've been hearing for years and years that private sector was going to fill the funding gap for climate action. If you look at any type of study, including from the World Bank, so not only the radical civil society, this is not happening. And beyond the fact that it's not working, it's of course highly unfair because those private finance instruments are embedded in the same system we were talking about. So actually increasing vulnerabilities and inequalities and serving global North high rich individual interests rather than global South communities. So that's the false narrative we've been confronting over and over. And the last one, which is I think one of the most worrying one, and that was also very clear in the FfD negotiation, is the fact that there is no more climate debt. right? I was telling you that they do not want to fulfill their obligation to provide public finance, but they do not even want to recognize that there is a historical responsibility behind this obligation. So we are moving towards a regime that's actually that does not have any accountability anymore. So everybody could actually be responsible to finance the climate crisis. No quality anymore. So we had a clear refusal from Global North country to specify, for example, what portion of grants would be provided to developing countries, which is actually essential to ensure predictability, right? If you have to invest in your public services, in the way you're going to transform your agriculture, et cetera, you need to know exactly what's going to be given to you rather than receiving a high share of loans that you will have to repay back, sometimes with high interest. And of course, the quality conversation is just absent. We know from many reports that the needs of developing countries only are in the trillions. And last year in Baku, we just managed to agree on the 300 billion goal that's actually meaningless. It's even less than what you would need to cover adaptation needs only every year. So just giving you the scale of how inadequate the response is now. But I heard that I have to give you some hope and some opportunities. So I think COP30, that said, is a turning point because of many reasons. One being Brazil. That's a potential leader on the front of climate justice, although we have to push them a lot. So call for everyone to make sure we don't let them sleep until we get to Belém. So I think, yeah, if we think about the COP process linked to other spaces and the need to have a real vision and alternative, one thing that's really now emerging, and again, leaving the technical negotiation that was one of the clear outcome yesterday, is that the conversation around just transition and just transition as a framing is really emerging as a concrete conversation. Just transition has been part of a narrative for a very long time, but now it's more positioned as, what if we do climate policy differently? What if we try something different that we've been trying for 30 years and actually not working, right? I've been painting you the context. Emissions are still rising, inequalities are rising. So the way we've been approaching climate policies for 30 years hasn't been working for anyone. Well, maybe for the richest, but not for us, for the people. So if just transition could actually bring a new way to discuss climate policies, embedding justice at the core rather than as a footnote, that could really be bringing probably much more people along beyond the climate negotiator and the climate technique space. It could allow to have a conversation looking at what transition we need for each sector, right? Not only talking about the fossil fuel sector that needs to transition very fast, but what about the critical mineral sector? What about the transport sector? What about the education sector, et cetera, et cetera? And so again, bringing communities, workers, people at the heart of the conversation through meaningful participation systems, etc., rather than only working via high-level objective, distant in time, and totally disconnected from the realities. That's one. Second, that has to be combined with real finance. I think the fact that, I arrived in Bonn and we didn't manage to start the negotiation after 3 days because developing countries said, if we don't talk about the provision of public finance we're going to receive, we don't want to start a discussion. And I think that was a clear call, right? If we are not serious about the real finance that would be put on the table following international obligation, there is no climate regime anymore. So changing the framing, talking about justice, but also being just pragmatic and realistic about the fact that without finance, there won't be any action, We won't reach that ambition gap. We won't stay below 1.5 degrees. So having that talk about finance, and I prefer to say real finance, because if you go to any global north government, they will tell you, oh, but I'm mobilizing a lot of private sector finance. What is your problem, right? So I think we have to be much more vocal and intentional about the quality of the finance we need. And it's not any type of finance. It's a finance that serves people interest, not profit, as Maria was saying. And the last thing, and I'll stop because I see Michel's looking at me, is how do we connect those conversations? Because now I've been, bringing you into my silo and my bubble about what's happening in the COP space. But as you can see, there are many links to be drawn with the conversation that are happening in different forums, including FfD, because all those tactics I've been detailing, I've been observing them in New York as well. exactly the same. So we have to connect our fights. And I think that this question around changing the rules and making sure that everybody understands that the current systems are actually fueling all the crises we are working on. No matter who you are and where you work from, we have that in common, would be key. So yeah, I think just to conclude, I would echo Evelyn, it's not the time to give up. So we have to align and work together to make this world fairer and just.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, especially for your final remarks about linking the economic justice and climate justice fight. I think you really clearly laid out that these are actually two sides of the same coin, and you can't fix one without fixing the other. Okay, questions, moments of inspiration, thoughts, ideas, calls to action.
Thank you, everybody. I work with the Office of High Commissioner on Human Rights, specifically on issues related to debt. And previously, I know some of you from my own time at civil society. So I wanted to say one thing. Many of you will remember that when the call for a UN global tax body was being led by civil society, back in Addis, it was towards the very end when it was dropped. And yet, due to several circumstances and with a lot of momentum from the African group, with the political will, of course, from the African Union, in 2022, when this resolution came about, that was not a year of FFD. So even if the FFD document is perhaps not delivering enough on debt, an argument can still be made that at the General Assembly, you can still have the African group push for a debt framework. So I wanted to leave this with a little bit of hope to our colleagues here who I know are working very, very hard with several member states and in several spaces. Thank you.
Disculpa, yo voy a hacer la pregunta en español.
I am going to ask my question in Spanish because my English is good poor. I'm Ramon Almanza. I come from the Spanish Campaign for Education. In all of the panels, every time that you gave us, you wanted to give clear examples of what we needed. You've mentioned education several times, and I would sadly say that in the final document of the summit, there are barely any mentions to education. And I think that this document has many gaps. Rebecca said that there are barely any reference to climate debt, to educational crisis either in this document. My question is, it goes for everyone in the panel, but mostly for Marcella and Rebecca, because we were talking very boldly about rights. What are we doing wrong? Do you have any suggestions for us to be able to put the right to education here, to give it the importance that it deserves?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for such a great panel. My name is Sergio Chaparro, and I work with a Colombian human rights organization called the Justicia, and also with the Tax Justice Network. And yeah, my question is regarding another potential strategies from the Global South to face the current crisis of multilateralism. Because I like very much what you said, Rebecca, on the importance of trying to rethink how are we doing climate policy and how just transitions open the door for expanding the conversation. And for instance, speaking about, okay, what are the ways in which other sectors should also incorporate demands for a transition that is fair with communities, but also how to transform the economic model in general. But I wonder, like, if if it's not important also to think on other levers of the negotiation power that global South countries have. Because what I perceive that we are facing is that we are getting stuck in multilateral spaces because we cannot see how, like make global North countries just consider the very basic of what is needed. And if this situation continues, I don't know where we are going to end because at some point, multilateral spaces are going to be seen as something completely ineffective. So the power equation behind the negotiation process is very important in terms of how to avoid getting stuck. And for instance, I think, global South countries have many of the resources that global North countries are desperately looking for, but I don't know to what extent countries are really like leveraging the power that gives, We global South countries also have the power to issue legislation, also to restrict, for instance, access to resources as part of our sovereign power, if, there are no concessions also from the other side. But also the way policies are designed internally can have this kind of protection of national sovereignty in light of the lack of international cooperation. So I wonder to what extent that also can be, like another like part of the strategy to think on what can be done domestically and regionally in terms of regional South-South cooperation in order to transform the power dynamics, but not only on the table, but also with the policies that global South countries have, or their sovereign powers, in order to avoid getting stuck in these dynamics. And if you have any reflections on this potential alternative way. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ingo Ritz from the Global Call to Action Against Poverty, GCAP. This was really a very interesting panel and very good to see the different processes connecting. Thanks also to the organizers for the full day. I really liked it. As we are all together here, and actually today is the first day of the Global Days of Action, so it's great to see the pictures coming from around the world with mobilization. So the next days we will be, of course, very busy with events, but we should use this opportunity to think together how to mobilize. So we have heard about the G20 summit, the COP, also the World Social Summit in November. So there are already plans, of course, developed for Global Days of Action. So we would like to invite for a meeting for the 2nd of July, 6:30. We're still planning for the venue. You can contact me or probably others like Sylvain or David. To think together how the mobilization went so far and how we can strengthen later in the year.
Liz Nelson from Tax Justice Network. Sort of a little, maybe a question, but mainly an observation. But I'd be interested if the panel had thoughts on this. And I know you were all trying to finish on a positive note, but I was just been thinking about the liquidity crisis in the UN institutions, and it feels like really over the last few years we've made so much stride in terms of placing tax justice alongside human rights and seeing that interconnectedness and seeing the coalition of different organizations working on human rights and tax justice working together. And now at the same time it feels like there's some sort of plug being pulled on the spaces in which we can work. And I just wondered if any of the panel felt there's something that civil society should be doing, could be doing, thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I? Okay, I think in the interest of time, I'll have us respond in this way. My very crude summary of the questions is a comment on whether there's reason to be hopeful about the references to debt in FFD, what we are doing wrong, how to ensure that we don't get stuck by global north recalcitrance and multilateral spaces. How do we mobilize with an invitation to a meeting on July 2nd at 6:30, and the liquidity crisis at the UN and what happens to progress that we've made on tax and human rights. Rebecca, you can choose any and all of those to respond to in 2 minutes, please.
Working? Yes. Thank you so much for the question and the reflection. Picking up on the first kind of hopeful comment, I truly agree. And I think that's something in a strategy in general, it's always important to see what's coming next, not to be naive and pretending that there is a next, but there is actually some hooks in the text, for example, in the FFD text, or if I compare to what we have in the COP space, we have to be strategic about how to exploit those and sequence the win we want to see. So thank you so much for that, because that was also my reading. Like, well, I'm not a debt expert, but I was imagining that we need to plan then for the next fight. And because we're here also connecting to other fight we could win in other spaces to kind of build kind of an echoing chamber of certain topics. And that is definitely one. Sergio, on your question, I think, I mean, it would require a half day of strategy, but I think it's very important to think about new coalition and new power dynamic. Because I think as civil society, and again, I'm speaking on what I know a bit more, so the COP space, we've been very actively working with the G77 group, and I believe that's probably a strategy people are using in other UN spaces to make sure they kind of hold the flank for ambition, and because they were the one really pushing for justice in kind of critical conversation around finance, etc. But this is not enough anymore. So we definitely need to think what can be done domestically or through other type of South-South coalition. Of course, the BRICS can be an inspiration on that front on certain topic. I think there are interesting things to be looking at, but other type of sub groups that we need to empower. Also, maybe we need to think about what's happening now that the US have left many of the spaces, including the climate negotiation. And there is a gap. And so how we can maybe strategically think about building new coalition to replace the US, but in an ambitious and equitable manner. And so, yeah, I think we need to see the different layers of dynamics we want to create and be much more forceful with that to ensure change can happen. And then on what have we done wrong in education? I mean, we've done many things wrong on the climate justice front too. So maybe I could comment on that. But I think one of the lessons we've learned, maybe, you know, coming from the 2018 wave of the climate mobilization and then kind of the drop of climate on every political agenda, is that if you don't connect the conversation to people's life and reality in a way that's really talking to them, not just, you know, in a kind of very high level communication campaigns, you're just losing the power of a movement. And I think we were really good at building on a crisis and showing how bad it was, etc. But we kept it so far from people's reality in the end that the movement just, you know, went down, and maybe it stayed in certain elitist, you know, conversation, but it's not anymore this kind of people power we were imagining we had, but actually we didn't. So I think that's a lesson of humility, probably, and making sure that, yeah, if you don't embed that into people's reality and justice, it's actually only short-term PR communication strategy, but not really movement building.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's an excellent segue to talk about human rights, particularly interested in your thoughts on the liquidity crisis at the UN.
No, this is a very painful subject, but it's but it's very important that we talk about it. And actually, I really welcome the attention and focus on it, because sometimes I have to say that, and I'm sure that some of my UN colleagues share this feeling as well, is that we see a lot of erosion of capacities, erosion of no space, erosion of multilateralism, and you would like this to be, you would like to see this as the you know, on the front pages of newspapers, but you feel like, you know, where is the attention to what is going on, which is extremely serious and extremely impactful in the long term. We are in a human rights crisis. This is an extremely dire moment for human rights. It's a dire moment for multilateralism. It's political, but it's also financial, as Liz reminded us, because the UN is getting under enormous financial pressure to a point where OHCHR, as part of the UN Secretariat, is presenting a budget for 2026, for regular budget, with a 20% post cuts. So, I mean, as somebody who has been working in the organization for more than 20 years, I mean, you can see what is it that we will not be able to do because of that. We have an office in Colombia that has been working on many important issues, really achieving lots of results. I mean, much of that capacity will go. This will affect our operations in Sudan. It will affect our ability to advise, advocate, develop positions, really bring the UN human rights system where it should be, to push for. So I really thank you for the attention to this issue, because it really, it's difficult to understand why is it that, especially when you hear these enormous figures of wealth, no? Yeah. That how is not possible to fund what is extremely valuable and important for all of us, which is multilateral institutions that work for the common good, and that really resulted from World War II, built, as far as human rights is concerned, an architecture of norms and standards that protect us all, that I think these times are showing us that should never be taken for granted. But, you know, that architecture of norms and standards must be preserved, must be protected, and must be advanced. So that on the liquidity crisis. On education, there are no easy answers. But I think at least I would like to offer two observations. One is really going back to the need of a shift in the economic paradigm. Unless education is seen like other public services as an investment, as a legally binding obligation, not as a cost, we're not going to be where we should be. I can say that when I look at the special procedures, special rapporteur, treaty bodies, I see attention to education. And I think it's, last point, I think we should never give up, but we should really utilize to the extent possible the UN human rights system. And for me, one mechanism that is not sufficiently utilized for this kind of issues, public service, is the UPR, the Universal Periodic Review. We need to have more specific recommendations that speak to the socio-economic, environmental dimension of sustainable development. And yeah, I would like to leave that observation with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Let's see whether it works. This is not counted towards my time now. Yeah, it is. Yes, I think we really need to be aware and not naive. Things take time, and there are many powerful allies, in the sense, these coalitions of really rich people. There is a lot of interest to be made on education, to be made on public services. Like David Boyd was talking before, like the government is the biggest contractor in that sense, no? So there is a lot of money. Like I remember, like when we started, I actually started in education. So when we were talking like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about the privatization of education. Now it's more about public-private partnership. The same for climate. It's about de-risking, the financialization. This is key, and this is really eroding the social contract. This is the result of the lack of progressive taxation,
of having less and less domestic resources, and then just getting the private sector to attract it to fill those gaps. Those gaps are actually not being filled. And that's why the unpaid and unrecognized care work keeps increasing. That's why we are really like leading to this ecocide. But in terms of being positive, I really think that we are joining forces because again, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, we were a lot more divided than we are at this moment. We are really breaking these silos. And it shouldn't be, oh, why isn't education getting all these things in the FfD4 Compromiso de Sevilla? Actually, no one is happy with it, let's be honest. It's this the lowest common denominator. But we are talking about it, and this is something that we can build on, right? Let's not just throw everything away. The fact that, the 50F, in terms of like the debt, the multilateral, like, intergovernmental debt mechanism got so diluted, doesn't mean that this is not going to happen. We are talking about it. And definitely, when Saksi was talking about how from 2015 to 2022, things move really rapidly. And this is something that people in the tax justice movement has been working on for decades, right? And then things really accelerated. And definitely, I will take like David Arches when he was saying, this is the time maybe for the Africa group to be pushing for this resolution, because at the UN, this is the time they call it the nuclear vote, right? Because they are the majority. The G77 is the majority, so over 130 countries. Yet, for that, China is a little bit difficult because debt is a lot more fragmented. There is a lot more private debt. And this has to do with this de-risking agenda and this attracting the private sector. So I would just like conclude by just saying that it's not only, and Sergio was talking before, so in terms of some other hopeful mechanisms, not only to be pushing for this agenda and to be really bringing this rights-based economy and human rights as underpinning what we really want for economic justice at the BRICS, because they really have also a lot of responsibility. We're talking before, when Senegal or Zambia ask for debt restructuring, if they are on their own, they get penalized. If Brazil, if other countries, South Africa, China ideally, but China's not going to, but they ask together for this, to have a UN convention on debt. Ideally, no framework. Framework is a compromise. I don't know why we are asking already for a framework one. But anyway, so, then people don't get penalized. Then people get to, to discuss it in an open, inclusive way that is aligned with human rights. And we know that the UN is not perfect, and it's particularly weakened now because of this liquidity crisis. But it is the best space. However, until we get there, there are a lot of other solutions that can be implemented. Having a public, independent credit rating agency, this is something that can be implemented straight away. Even at domestic level, some countries, such as the UK, for instance, could change things without any cost to the citizenry. And I would be very happy to speak more about it, but I know I have no time. Thank you.
So thank you, Maria. Evelyn, you got the last word.
So I'm going to be a bit negative and then I'll try and end it on a positive note. So just like Sergio mentioned, I think the reality is we must open our eyes to the power dynamics that are influencing the global economic order and quite honestly, everything else. We are at a point in history where there's a very thorough weakening of international law, from the Geneva Conventions to the international human rights. So the issue really is the power dynamics that is guiding this whole process. And the reality is that we have seen a lot of movement towards the far right, particularly in a lot of global north countries. And this has really influenced multilateralism. We've seen withdrawal from conventions that we thought were unthinkable. Who withdraws from the WHO? But yet it's happened in our lifetime. Even the most imaginative fiction writer couldn't have come up with some of what we're witnessing right now. And I think that within the global south, within Africa, civil society, labor unions, everyone is doing the work to change things, not just from the economic side to the human rights side and to also the issue of governance. Young people are dying across the continent because of calling for what is right. So I genuinely think the Global South is doing enough. But where we need more work is calling out the hypocrisy of the blockers. And I say this as someone who has consistently observed how UN negotiations happen. You have a country like Switzerland that wants to include a clause within the asset recovery section that we should make sure developing countries use the resources effectively. If we were really to recover all the wealth that has been stolen from the Global South from Switzerland, we will be able to solve the education crisis. There's even a worse crisis, health. So we'd really be able to solve these crises. So I think it's time that we really implement what I call real international solidarity. I know there's so much support for the African group and for Global South countries. We are not the problem. We are doing the work at the cost of our lives even within some of these countries. It is not safe to talk about tax justice. And when a country is brave enough to stand out, what happens to them is what we saw happening to South Africa, where they were being called out for a genocide that is not happening. And you could see a whole president of a nation groveling, saying, but we have these mineral resources. So we need, the reality is the political dynamics. It's not about how well these instruments and these outcome documents and even these conventions can look like. It's about how, if we actually have the political will to implement them. For instance, in a lot of our countries, we do have bills of rights. That is completely binding. Our constitutions are the highest or the most supreme laws. But every time we go to the streets or we go and sue our governments for the lack of resources, for instance, on health, we are told, but the right to health is limited by the number of resources that are available. So where are our resources going? To service debt. 70% of the revenue that is collected in Kenya is going towards debt servicing. So we are not the problem, as I said before. We need to honestly look at the power dynamics and really, really build movements, not just within the Global South, but also within the Global North. Because I have seen instances, for example, where Canada will insist on language on gender within the FfD outcome document, particularly on domestic public resources. But then they're the biggest blockers when it comes to the paragraph 50F. So are we calling out our countries? Are we doing enough to do that? We'll see instances where they support financing of public services, but they don't want to give us back our resources. Are we doing enough? Because I will tell you, the what's it called? The Africa Economic Outlook report that came from the AfDB last year said that the current development model of Africa is simply not working. We have tried to do things domestically, mind you, and we haven't succeeded, either because we get sued by investors or because the system just doesn't work for us. And so it said we will need on average 108 years. This is for Africa. 108 years, meaning even my own children of my children will not see this progress, in order to become higher income countries. So we really need to be more realistic. We need to avoid being co-opted by some of these governments using language that is pleasing to civil society and really come out in support of each other. Proper international solidarity. I hope that was positive enough. Very much.
That was a wonderful way to end. I want to thank all the speakers of this womanal, and also to the, since we're the last panel, to thank the organizers of this event. I found it to be extremely enriching and inspiring. I know a lot of work went into it, so thank you very much.